It is not. I thought it was.
All right, I'd like to call the meeting to order. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule set forth in Resolution R-22-245, adopted by the Town Council at its regular meeting of December 20th, 2022, advertised in the official newspaper on December 29th, 2022, and January 5th, 2023, posted on the bulletin board outside of the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been made available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Present.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Present.
Counselor Russo?
Present.
Counselor Schlager?
Here.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present with the agenda with flexibility. First, I will approve the approval of the minutes that have been presented to us, the minutes of December 20th, 2022, January 17th, 2023, and January 24th, 2023, and February 7th, 2023. Any corrections or modifications? Then I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have a proclamation for Women's History Month. Councilwoman Price Abrams, would you please?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm honored to read this tonight and to share it with my colleague, Councilor Schlager. I'll hand it over midway. For Women's History Month 2023, whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have been instrumental in building our nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways, and whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation, playing a particularly important part in the establishment of charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions. As our society evolved over time, American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of American life, and now constitute a significant portion of the labor force. Despite making up over half of our nation's college graduates and nearly half of the workforce, too many women continue to feel the weight of discrimination on their shoulders as they face pay gaps, discrepancies in health insurance, or inadequate options for family leave. And whereas Women's History Month is a time to remember those who fought to make the freedom to fully participate in our society as real for our daughters as it has been for our sons, visionary women met, marched, and mobilized to realize that freedom, creating a force that touched every community and took on our highest institutions. Their long-fought movement finally succeeded in 1920 with the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution, finally giving women the right to vote. And whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and the peace movement, all in an effort to create a more fair and just society for all. And, oh, do you have it? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor. Whereas throughout our history, women have been among the patriots who have defended our land and liberty from every enemy. Many women have served in the military and occupations from pilot to nurse and in both peacetime and in war. The number of women serving in the military and thus the number of women veterans continues to grow, and they continue to enrich our country in civilian life as they bring their skills and patriotism to bear in communities across America. And whereas despite these contributions, the role of American women in history have been consistently overlooked and undervalued in literature, teaching, and study of American history. And whereas even having finally reached the White House in our new Vice President, Kamala Harris, women are still not fully or adequately represented at the top tables of organizations and corporations, nor on local governing bodies or in state and national houses of government, and are therefore not being heard or listened to, leaving a woman's voice very important perspective unrepresented when corporate policies and decisions on local, state, and federal laws are being made. And whereas Montclair community leaders are working to shine the spotlight on Women's History Month, celebrate women's empowerment, and focus on women in history who have fought for our rights and whose lives changed the course of history. And now, therefore, the Mayor and the Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby proclaim March 2023 as Women's History Month in the Township of Montclair, and I so move.
Yes, good job.
Second.
Nice job. Thank you both. Appreciate that. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Scanlon, would you like to?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Miss Amy Monaco. Amy, would you come up to the table? Amy is our recently hired Director of Health. She comes to us from Bloomfield, New Jersey, where she served as the Interim Director of Health. I look forward to working with Amy. We've already sat down on a number of occasions along with Ms. Dawkins to talk about interview process, inclusion, and et cetera. So I just wanted to introduce her to the group here.
Welcome.
Okay. Is that good? So just a little bit of, just very quick background. So I've worked in public health for almost 21 years, 5 years in local public health, and before that in a variety of different positions, a lot of research administration and grant administration. But I am super excited to bring all my skills and experience here to Montclair to serve the community. So, thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
Excellent. All right, next we're going to open up for public comment. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. If you wish to comment on a pending ordinance listed in the tonight's agenda, please make sure you comment during the public hearing for that ordinance. Please state your name and address when coming to the microphone. I'll open up for public comment.
Hi, Council. Everyone can still hear, right? It's poignant to be here on Women's History Month. Thank you for that note. My name is Kelly Regan, and I'm the acting president of the Alistair Tenant Organization. And this is a story about your Montclair constituents fighting for one of the 3 necessities of life, shelter. The action steps we have been able to take come at the guidance of Councilman Cummings, Deirdre Malloy of the Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee, and Mitch Kahn from the New Jersey Tenants Organization. I'd like to publicly thank each of you for the superhuman dedication of time and effort in informing and working in the trenches with us to help keep our homes. Excuse me. If you want to know what Montclair is all about, I invite you to visit 11 Pine Street. We are a community, old and young, able-bodied and disabled, musicians, comedians, school teachers, business people, couples of all kinds, families of all kinds, including single mothers and single folks, some of whom, of the 2 rows behind me, will speak today. We love our homes, we love our town, and we love contributing to the vibrant community fabric of Montclair. A little over a year ago, 11 Pine Street was bought out by a new management company. The company, Mill Creek, is raising rents up to 40% higher. My own rate was raised by 20%. We ask the council, in consultation with the municipal attorney and the rent board, to determine if Mill Creek is legally entitled to continue the 30-year exemption from rent control. For example, please determine, do they hold the original mortgage? Have they been filed for the 30-year exemption with the town's building department as required by law? Have they been issued a certificate of occupancy following a request for exemption from the building department? And have they failed to include such determination in tenant leases as required by law? We were served with lease renewals that are contrary to the law that states rent increases must not be unconscionable, shocking, or harsh. We have increases of $700 and $1,000 a month. They are shocking, they are unconscionable, they are harsh. Mill Creek management refused to negotiate any terms of compromise when contacted by individual tenants. On tenants' behalf, LTAC asked them to negotiate. Mill Creek refused again. Now, We are asking them to directly negotiate with us, the Allister Tenants Association, and we do await their response. We are already paying very high percentage of our income in rent, and the company is raising not only the rent, but yearly and monthly fees. These fees yield $4,000 more per year per unit. That's outside of the requested 20% and 40% increases. Furthermore, the company collects fees for amenities such as the pool, then close the pool, citing a lifeguard shortage. However, the lifeguard told me directly that they were not paid for their services and therefore did not render those services. Our fire alarm goes off multiple times a week, sometimes multiple times a day. We have been told by the fire department in the past that it's an old system with bad wiring. The security cameras are posted throughout the building do not work. The signs continue to say that they do. These are safety concerns, not amenities, and this is outrageous. Our property manager is quoted by multiple sources as saying this is a transient building meant for 1 to 2 years of living. The residents of 11 Pine Street take great offense to this. Some of us have lived in the building since it was constructed in 2011. Others who live in the building have been there since before the building was built. I have been here personally for 4 years. Montclair is 40% renters. Some report that rent is 20% of Montclair's property tax, that renters pay 20% of Montclair's property tax, and we are not transient. It is my goal, I question this, if it's the goal of the landlords to keep rapidly turning over apartments in a chase for higher and higher rents at the expense of existing tenants. We are asking you, Mayor Spiller, and the council here today, and the rent board, to do all in their power to help us prevent a large Florida-based corporation from bullying and exploiting Montclair and its citizens into becoming something that they are not in this unconscionable manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And certainly, one of the big reasons why we did pass the rent control law that you speak of, and hopefully we're putting that to good effect and use, and let's see what we can do here. But thank you. I would remind everybody, I see there's a number of people to speak, so I will ask everybody 3 minutes, and I will hold everybody to 3 minutes just in the respect of everybody waiting. So 3 minutes, I'll give you the note when you hit it, you hear that noise. 3 minutes, and you can keep an eye on the clock yourself as well. So I would remind everyone of that going forward. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Next person for public comment? Are you going?
Yeah, I'm by myself.
Okay, gotcha. Mm-hmm.
So my name is Sandy Broadbent.
Is it on?
Okay, sorry. So my name is Sandy Broadbent, and I live at 11 Pine Street as well. So thank you for allowing me to share my voice today. I'm here as well because of an unconscionable rent increase. My current base rent is $25.25. My initial rent increase was nearly 40% higher and was increased to $34.57. That's what's proposed. So, you know, it's nearly a $1,000 rent increase. And so you probably ask, why would I want to stay in this building? I'm single and I'm a mom. I gave birth to my son in New York City, and I thought Montclair would be a nice town to raise my son. He's lived in the building since he was 1, and he'll be 6 this summer. Neighbors have seen him. He knows the elderly, he knows the cats, he knows the dogs, he knows the other moms. During the pandemic, we sheltered at home for almost 2 years. I filled his life with entertainment, homeschool, local parks, and Kumon so he could read, write, and count. At age 4, he started pre-K at MCPK. I was over the moon because I read such great things about the program. He'd finally go back to school and engage with other children. I worked hard to enroll him in a kindergarten, and I wanted him to go to Watchung, and that's where he goes now. And it was my first choice, and now he's reading and writing on his own. He recently scored in the 90s on the National Cognitive Ability Test and a 95 in the local category. And now I'm being forced out of my home due to these unconscionable rent increases. I'm not sure what will happen in the future. I may have to leave the state. I may have to move home. His dad may want to take him and take custody. And I don't know if I can move due to my place of employment. But I believe this is a true example of corporate greed, and the victim is a child. He's made friends here. He plays sports here. He loves his school, and it was a safe community, and that's why I moved here, and now it's not. So thank you for listening and allowing me to share our journey over the past 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And certainly, as I'll note again, previous to the rent control law, unfortunately, we didn't have much leverage to do that much. Now with it, we hope we do. So hopefully we can help here. Go ahead.
Hi, Scott Gibson, 122 Midland Avenue. Here again to talk about Clary Anderson Ice Rink. I believe Reggie Jenkins sent all you guys a PowerPoint and some of our ideas for the rink. I want to thank the council. We heard back from several of you with some very positive ideas. We hope we can move forward with that. The interest in the community is building on this. We've got people on social media. We're trying to keep the social media comments down. That's not really helpful. But there is a lot of enthusiasm about renovating the rink and expanding the facility. In that proposal, we talked about a pre-K, a community pre-K, a senior center included, or a disabled daycare program. There's lots of stuff that we can do with that footprint in addition to the rink. I used to be a building contractor. My father was an architect. There's no reason that rink has to come down. We can do all the work in place. You just carefully plan it, and everything will work out very, very well. Then I understand that there was originally $1.7 million kind of allocated for the rink at some point, and that was removed from the budget. If we can look at that again and get some of that money back in there, once you guys commit to it, we've got a whole bunch of people who are willing to donate to a nonprofit organization that be affiliated with the city. You guys would run everything, but we'd help raise the money and get this thing off the ground. Now, the people that have spoken to you so far about this, all of our kids will have aged out of hockey by the time this rink is built. We're not doing it for our kids. We're doing it for the community and to make Montclair an even more spectacular place to live than it is. So please keep that in mind when you're thinking about this idea, and I hope we can go forward with this. Thank you.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Margaret Mealy. I'm a long-term resident of Montclair, and I'm also a retired clinical social worker and a social work administrator. And I'm here tonight to ask you and urge you strongly to create and fund a position for a social work primarily for seniors in this town, and to do it now, not next year, but now. I think you all know that seniors have been severely neglected in the last years in this town. We've had no senior service director, as you know, for 3 years. There has been no social worker here for 6 years. And it's really not adequate to have a list of agencies on a website and call that service. It's not service. Seniors, as you know, face a multitude of problems. As my sister-in-law would tell me, Midge, getting old is not for sissies, and it's not. People in this town are suffering financially. Inflation is causing food insecurity. It's causing, as we've heard, not only for young people, but particularly older people, rent is going up, taxes are going up, people can't afford to stay in their homes. They don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. They can't stay in Montclair, and it's really a sin. In addition to the financial problems, people getting older face emotional problems. They lose partners, they lose children, they lose their best friends, they lose their support network, and they don't know what to do. They become anxious, they become depressed, and they need help. And again, we know that seniors face mental deterioration. Some people become, have dementia, and their family doesn't know what to do, their neighbors don't know what to do, and we need a social worker to help with these issues. I don't know if you know exactly what a social worker does, but a good professional social worker will be able to assess what the problem is, to engage the person in getting help, talk to the people involved with them, and together make a plan to help them. They will also refer them to appropriate services, and then, most importantly, follow through and make sure that they get these services and that their problems are addressed. It's really an urgent situation, and for a town of this size and complexity, it's really unconscionable not to have a social worker in our town. So I'm kind of going to say, I'm begging you to do this. It's the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ellie Bagley, 606 Grove Street. I'm going to start off on a high note tonight. We're very encouraged with the direction that you all are taking in support of our age-friendly community. We understand that the Director of Senior Services position has been posted and that members of our community will, in fact, have the opportunity to participate in the process. That's terrific, and it's emblematic of how we can all work together. So on that note, I'm here to present you with our new buttons. Making Montclair age-friendlier. We're all in this together. There's no getting around it. Every minute of every day, we are aging in place, and we all want to do so with dignity and respect. So, this is a nonpartisan issue, guys.
He's old enough for two.
That's what happens when you go to high school. I know Bob's nowhere. Aren't they nice? Come on. Purple? Here we go. Okay. That's the good news. Oh, we have extras for people in the audience who need them. Okay, so now we want to urge you to take the next step and move forward with budgeting for a social worker. It's incredible, as Margaret was saying, that the town doesn't provide this important service, not only for seniors, but for all residents in need, but it is particularly important resource for older residents. We've heard several different stories about how this affects and impacts seniors. There was a gentleman that came into the Salvation Army. He was homeless and he was in terrible need. He spoke to someone there and they discovered that he had in fact been employed in the past. So they said, well, have you started collecting your Social Security? And he said he didn't know how to get online to start the process. Then she asked if he had a pension. Same answer. He didn't know how to access it. We have many seniors in town who do not know how to go online to access these kinds of options. That's one of the reasons that we at the Montclair Gateway have put together the Digital Equity Tech Training Program. But the social worker helped this homeless senior work through these issues, and when his entitled payments started to come through, he found housing. If he had had access to a municipal social worker before becoming homeless, he might have prevented his homelessness in the first place. The point is that people's lives are at stake. I understand that the hiring process takes time, but that's all the more reason that now is the time to ensure that funding is confirmed now. So once the Director of Senior Services is in place, we can move quickly to fill the social worker position.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I just want also to say one thing. We truly appreciate your efforts. Let's keep working together to make Montclair age-friendlier.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Patrick Sancito. I'm the Chief Steward for OPEIU Local 32. I'm here on behalf of myself and our members in regards to a possibility of the township switching out of the state health benefit plan and going into another, a private plan, or the HIF, as people would say. So I'd like to say to the council, if you can, not to vote on this, when that time may come, due to the fact that it does affect 400 plus employees that could be disruptive, trying to find new doctors that are not in the plan. I understand that IMAC was here a couple weeks ago and explained to you that it's not going to be that disruptive, but according to the information that I got from my members, it's going to be very disruptive trying to find new doctors at a time in need. It roughly affects about 70% of our membership with making that switch. So I just ask that the council vote no on this when that time may come. I was under the impression that it was going to be put on a vote for tonight, and I found out later on in the day that it was not. So I kind of had some things prepared, and I didn't want to back down because our members expect us to speak for them. All right, so I thank you. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Spiller and Council. I'm same topic as Pat. My name is Carmine Divino, and I'm proud to stand in front of you today as the recently elected CWA Local 1040 shop steward. Now, what better topic to get my feet wet with something so exciting as insurance? But alas, what do you do when you're new? You ask questions and you listen. I've done a lot of question asking and a lot of listening. And our union, CWA, echoes the same sentiment as OPU and Mr. Sancito before us. This change, moving into a private health plan away from the state plan, will cause a number of disruptions. To all, about 33 members in CWA strong, of 33 members, almost entirely everybody will lose one doctor. A therapist that you've cultivated a relationship for years for, gone. A physical therapist you've worked for and seen you get better. The relationships and the patient relationship will end. So I urge you, each and every one of you, to carefully consider the voting no to changing our health plan to Aetna. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, if I may, Carmine, Mr. Divino, as a former CWA shop steward with the state of New Jersey, and my wife, Christine Russo, who was the treasurer of CWA at the Bell Atlantic at that time, which was a good company, Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages, we are very sympathetic to anything CWA asks for. What I wanted to ask you is, what employees do you represent here? I just wanted to get that clear. Which employees at Montclair's government do you represent?
So Communication Workers of America have varied offices. So
Various
myself-
offices?
Yes,
Okay.
myself, there's members in the tax department, we have members in the garage, really throughout the township.
Okay. Are they more of administrative staff? Is that more of the administrative staff, or?
You could say so, yes.
Yeah. Because years ago, when I was mayor, we didn't have a union that covered those employees. And what I said to those employees at that time, you need to have a union to negotiate. And they formed a union. Then I lost the election because I was speaking up for the union. But in my heart, I'm a union leader at AFT, and I was CWA. We just want to make sure, I'm not sure about this. We're not going to vote on this tonight, I guess, right? We're not doing anything on this tonight? Okay. But we'll study it and listen to your concerns, okay?
I appreciate that.
You can
Thank
talk
you.
to my wife if you want to reminisce about CWA.
I'd love to
She'll
learn.
tell you how
Thank
to
you.
do it. Thank you.
Carmine, I actually have a different thing, if you don't mind. You don't have to come back to the mic for it. See those two nice women with the green oak tag back there? They're from Union Gardens. Maybe you guys can spend a few minutes just catching up with each other on the situation.
Sure,
If you don't
yes.
mind. Thanks.
Yeah, we do need your help with that.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'm here, Kenji Warren. I represent ASME, Local 2296, Public Works. I'm the president. Been here 23 years. I am, too, concerned about changing the benefits. I have members who doctors are not on a new plan that you guys are trying to implant. Please, please do not do that, as it will disrupt the workforce and their families' lives, all right? So please consider it, not doing it. Keep what we have. We love it. Everything's going good. Let's just keep it the way it is. Please. Thank you.
If I may, I do want to ask those of you who've come on that topic, I don't really know where the layers of negotiation are, and I know what we were presented with relates in part to costs, and if there are negotiations within and among you as to what you would trade off for the other things that you mostly want, I mean, that would help us to make a different decision if that's what, then I don't know. I just wanted to ask if there's anything that's left. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ricky Patel. I have my doctorate in pharmacy. I've been a licensed pharmacist for 15 years now. I've been owner of Grove Pharmacy on Grove Street for over 10 years now. And I'm here today to discuss Citrus NJ, a company that applied to operate a Class 5 cannabis retailer at our proposed facility at 586 Bloomfield Avenue. Our building is a vacant building that was formerly a Dunkin' Donuts with 9 dedicated parking spots and also located just one building away from surface parking. I've attended prior council meetings, and last month our company hosted a town forum that was open to the public to help educate the local community about cannabis. And as a pharmacist, my obligation would be to sort of fill that void in education when it comes to cannabis and the questions surrounding it. We submitted our application in August of 2022 and have been diligent in following the process set forth by Township. I've met with a council member as part of the process and was advised to meet with an additional member, including the mayor. I'm happy to make myself available at the convenience of the respected council members and the mayor to further discuss our application and proposed business model. I wanted to respectfully follow up in the hope that we can receive your time and consideration. As a conditional applicant, we are under a time frame established by the state, by which you guys should know, and have to convert our license, so please let us know if there's anything we can do or should be doing to move the process along of obtaining local support. We are open to answering any questions you may have and ask that you use me and our team as a resource. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Fogel, Bonnnie Fogel. I live at 16 Forest Avenue, apartment 106. This is in case anybody here wants to add my name to any legal complaints. You have my information. Speaking here tonight, I am aware that in this room, exercising my First Amendment right and holding our leadership accountable could lead to being named as a defendant or co-conspirator in a legal action. In regard to Lackawanna Plaza, I'm going to once again bring up the master plan and council's disregard for the redevelopment process outlined therein. Your lack of transparency as to why you chose to deal directly with the property owner is what aroused suspicion and led to the examination of what all your motivations were. You put us here. You are now rewriting a flawed plan that is stunning in its omissions and was formulated by a real estate investment fiduciary rather than an experienced developer, and without the necessary community, planning board, HRC, and other commission input. All because the council felt they had the authority to disregard the process stated in the master plan. You put us here.
Good evening. My name is Gina Candora Perazzo. I'm from Middletown, New Jersey. I am currently the AFLAC representative for the Township of Montclair since 2013. Thank you, first and foremost, for the township for being a client with AFLAC for 10 years. I myself am actually an agency owner. I am an independent agency of AFLAC. Whenever your employees ever need or have service with me over the past 10 years, I am their direct person that they contact. I am a claims representative. So if somebody has a baby, somebody gets married, I'm the person that I've grown to know them and their family growing up through Montclair. So I know pretty much 90% of the employees here, but not everybody could be here today. There is Helen DeLarge, who's currently on an injury claim. There's somebody else going through a cancer claim. They can't be here today. So I'm going to briefly summarize that we just received a notice, and we really can't understand why. As of March 1st, the Township of Montclair decided to terminate their relationship with AFLAC. Some employees only got the notice last week, and they have ongoing claims. They have other issues at hand. But more importantly, a lot of things that AFLAC does for the township that may not be recognized. AFLAC actually has saved the township over $100,000 by every policyholder that participates in AFLAC. That's one less payroll dollar that the township is taxed on. So every year, year after year, about $11,000 is saved. On the discontinuation of AFLAC, that money, of course, would no longer be an advantage for the township itself. AFLAC is no cost. AFLAC doesn't cost the township anything. It actually, again, saves money on FICA, and it also gives the employees the value of choice. Montclair has some of the best benefits. We love that they also have AFLAC and some of the most best competitors out there, Colonial, Unum, Police and Fire. We never make it competitive. We make it about choice. Some of those who are in the middle of cancer claims, if their coverage is to discontinue, unfortunately, they cannot get picked up by a new carrier. So there's a lot of things that will happen to them. Not all policies can go on a direct basis. A lot of policies right now are actually at risk of termination. The money has been collected from the employees, but AFLAC has not received that money yet. So we're here today to please ask that that deadline of April 1st for termination please be rescinded. Please be pushed back at minimum, but absolutely please be re-looked at, because employees are the ones who are going to be suffering. This is a plan they've had for 10 years, and unfortunately, again, those who really need it are the ones sitting at home trying to get well as it is. But we also set up a Section 125 cafeteria plan. That is also something that you guys have access to for free. Employees cannot just sign up for AFLAC on their own. They cannot pick up the phone and just call. You, Montclair, have to make AFLAC available for them to be able to get in it. And Montclair is one of the only townships that actually has the lowest group rates that helps our officers. They have been out serving and protecting for you, and they just ask that you consider and keep AFLAC in place. I do believe we have police and fire here today that did want to make it known that they do want to keep access and keep this as a choice. Again, there hasn't been enough time.
Trying to be mindful of the time,
Sorry.
but I'll say this.
Sorry.
Well, hold on. No, it's okay, but appreciate that, Mr. Scanterbury. We did get IMAC to talk about health benefits, some of the other people who spoke, obviously. What's the deal with AFLAC? I don't think we've been presented with
I
something.
can provide the governing body with the rationale for the recommendation and decision that was made.
Do you have it? Do you know what it is? Or?
No, I had no idea this was going to come up tonight, so I don't have.
But you don't know why we're terminating?
I'm sorry?
You don't know why we're terminating with AFLAC?
It was a matter of the number of employees that we have was one aspect of it, or the lack of said. But there was a couple of issues.
If we could get the information on just how many people, because I'm hearing that it doesn't cost the township anything, right?
Absolutely.
So just be
Actually,
curious.
That's
saves
not
money
the
every
issue,
year.
but
Okay.
yes, I can, like I said, I can give you the rationale
So if we get,
for
well,
the decision.
we have not gotten information on our end about this, so we'll get some information from the manager, and we'll if you can provide us information as well.
Whatever you
as
need,
to-
I could be available at any time. I would love to come in for a meeting and sit down. Even if we are going to cancel it, the employee should know the procedure. I haven't been able to get that. I would love to sit down with somebody. May I call Brian and set up a meeting?
Sure.
You can call me at any time,
Thank you. I
So
appreciate that
let's
very much.
anytime.
Noting you said there's an April 1st deadline or whatever. Mr. Scanberry, I'd look at that to see if that could be extended, because that seems a little tight right here, but.
Well, we can chat about that, and
Okay.
even if it's pushing the
'Cause
date back.
I'd like to
but
make
that
sure we get the
conversation
answers
apparently
before, yeah.
needs to take place.
Absolutely, and I appreciate all of your time this evening.
Hold on one second.
Very much.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Just the letter that you're holding, so from whom,
This was the notice that we had gotten on March 1st, canceling it.
If you can go to the microphone, so who's the letter from?
it's from our HR director, Ms. Dawkins. Okay, okay, thank you.
If we can keep that, yeah, so we'll get back in touch. If you can copy me on an email to Mr. Scanberry.
I
Love to
appreciate
hear
that,
what
and
the
the
information
employees
is.
appreciate it greatly.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to say something. You see, our system of government, you see the system of government? We knew nothing about this as council members, okay? A letter goes from someone who runs our department, Human Resources, fine person, to that company, which maybe impacts employees. Employees get all upset, the company's all upset, they come here, they talk to us, and they got to really deal with Brian because he's our acting manager. But we are caught as unaware because we don't manage and run the day-to-day operation of the government, and we shouldn't. But the problem with this form of government, again, is the council is weak and does not have information, and so we wind up with situations like this. I'm still calling for a change in the form of government.
That's it.
Yes, sit down, relax.
My name is Kalia Johnson, and I'm speaking about the deplorable, inhumane conditions that we live in at 50 Greenwood Avenue. Myself, along with other tenants, have been up here numerous of times, and we have not received any help. All the town is doing is fining, and they obviously don't care about having a fine because the fines go all the way back to 2019 and beyond. I moved in the building in 2020. We are the one living and suffering in these conditions, but the town is receiving compensation because they are being fined. We don't get nothing. We was just recently out of water since Friday until Tuesday morning at 2 a.m. The management of 50 Greenwood Avenue, Edgewood Management, did not notify us that we were able to go to hotels on their expense. And I explained that to the supervisor at Code Enforcement, that they would not inform us. And what happened? They didn't. And then also, I want to state that when election time comes, we vote y'all in because y'all say y'all are going to make changes, and no changes happen when y'all get in here. Y'all just get and y'all receive the paycheck and insurance benefits. That's all y'all do. Y'all don't do anything to help people. That's all you do. Also, while we come and express our issues, y'all say y'all will look into this and that and talk to this person and talk to that person. And the only thing you look into is the menu at the local restaurant to place your order for lunch. And then you talk to them so that way you can have your lunch. Thank you and God bless you. And remember, election time is coming soon.
Okay, I'm back again. All right. Good evening, Mayor Spiller and councilors. My name is Rhea Tompkins. I am a resident, as you know, at Union Garden Apartments Complex. I'm here tonight to once again speak about the lack of transparency from this council, as well as the interim township manager, and the obvious neglect displayed to myself and the other residents at Union Gardens. My belief is that if this apartment complex was located in another ward within the township, these issues that we are suffering with would have been resolved from day one. Instead, we are being forced to deal every day stressors ranging from no hot water, no elevators, infestation of rodents, holes in the walls in our apartments, inoperable fire alarms, suspicious and erroneous rental fees, lack of support, and fuller transparency from the town council and interim town manager, among a host of other issues and problems. Why is that? At the last council meeting, Mr. Scantlebury stated he would follow up with us. I haven't heard from him. My sister hasn't heard from him. None of us have heard from him. We are being subjected to intolerable living conditions, lack of communication from the management office, lack of communication from the interim township manager, which are stresses that many of us, primarily African Americans, should not have to deal with while living in a township that prides itself on equality and diversity. What is the real problem here, I ask, when any of you allow your own family members to be treated this way or live in this manner? These issues have been ongoing for months, not days, months, really years, tell you the truth, with understanding of why the township manager isn't being held to a better standard of following up and doing his actual job. One would think that residents of the Fourth Ward don't matter, or that we don't deserve better. The issue surrounding Union Garden Apartments makes me wonder if the newly proposed Lackawanna redevelopment plan is the reason we are deliberately being ignored. Understand, we are humans, we are residents, we are voters, we are citizens, we are families who demand better and deserve better treatment than what we have been given. We've been here since 2018 fighting this. It hasn't gotten better. Oh, but I will say this, thanks to Deirdre Malloy, Amina Tola, and the Landlord-Tenant Committee this last week, they're in the building now, patching up, doing all kinds of stuff, saying they can come in our apartment, which we had that problem before, and paying tenants. We don't have any say-so of when we can let strangers come into our units. Okay? So I just want you to know it hasn't gotten better. And like she said, we knew we could go to the hotel and hold them accountable for it. We were at the hotel last night because I couldn't go without bathing for another day.
That's right, I got tubes in my chest.
Okay, so I just want you to know that, but other people don't know it, or they couldn't afford to put out the funds themselves and just take it out their rent. Thank God we had the availability to be able to do that.
And then the heat and hot water is all to get down.
Mayor. I do want to respond, and I know there's another person who's going to speak, perhaps from the same community, based on your sign. So there was a communication, and this is ongoing, and you've been living it, and it is outrageous, and we believe that. And I do want to ask what happened after Sunday, because I know that I received a communication from Rosie Harrison. I know, okay, hello, Ms. Harrison. I didn't personally take care of any of it, so I'm really clear about that. You just understood that this isn't what we do. But I did say to the manager, to Ms. Malloy and others who are on a communication, what needs to happen here, and I understand, if I'm going to ask the manager if you'd explain, Mr. Davina was here, I don't know if he's still here, what is the protocol, what is happening? People were the water was working, wasn't working. These are things that are uninhabitable, and if people aren't made aware that they have a place to go, it's just not acceptable. So I ask you to explain to everybody what.
I will do better than that. This lifetime resident born and raised in the Fourth Ward is going to ask Mr. DeVito to come up. Yeah, exactly right, Doctor. To come up, and if you would, could you just go through the situation with the letting people know about the hotel situation, how the hot water got to where it was, current status of the elevator, with your meetings with Ms. Flynn, and with the game plan you put together, because this is everything that hasn't been happening.
If I may, before you start, I just want to be clear. It's not my prerogative to ask you to do anything, and so I didn't ask you specifically.
No,
I'm just saying to the people out there, I did make a request, and then
I asked Mr. Davino because he's been diligently working with them, and my workings with 50 Greenwood is through Mr. Davino.
As mine is through you, okay.
And Carmine, if you could also just take us also through what's going on with the court, because I understand that you were in court with a punch list, trying to work out a settlement. So if you could take us through what's happening there.
I'll be speaking on multitude of issues. There's some things I won't be, just because it's still active litigation. The active litigation parts that I can touch on, yes, they do involve a global resolution, a fine amount, which I'm not at liberty to talk about the full amount, and also a global, multifaceted township inspection from ourself and code enforcement, the fire prevention department, and also our building department. And in terms of 50 Green, what we've done recently, we've been there working with Ms. Diane Flynn on her outstanding issues, such as the elevator. We were actually there today. The elevator was back in operation, ready to be inspected. The hot water issue, we were notified Monday morning when I had received the emails that the hot water was not operating at 50 Greenwood due to a leak or a heat exchanger issue. Tenants were notified from Ms. Flynn's understanding to us that the hot water would be off for the time of the disruption. State law does call for disruption to be limited to the lowest amount of time available to get it back in service. That was placed back in service. Then I received another email today from Ms. Flynn saying it needed to be off again. Myself and inspector went out, saw that the leak was minor and could be repaired quickly. When we were there, they were finishing up the repairs, putting the system back into service. And that was the hot water again. It's not unheard of to have one issue then again. In terms of the resolution, the inspections that we're going to be doing, all units will be inspected. Common areas, right, the roof, the basement, everything. You know, even the office, staff offices. There's also, the building has its REAC inspection through HUD tomorrow. That's a pretty stern inspection. And from what I've heard, it's about 8 members of management, like I put in my report to you, that have been brought in from the global company, of management company, to get these things sorted out and fixed. So our current litigation will be completed next week, March 22nd at 1 p.m. And then we will be doing our mass inspections coming up shortly thereafter. And it'll be a joint effort led by myself, the fire official, and the building official.
And
sir.
We're not kind of doing back and forth on this here, but I will say this, Mr. Canterbury, I think some of the pieces may be then, and I know I was appreciative that, we were able to sit and we had a meeting, and thank you for that as well, going over a lot of this information. Some of what I'm hearing is the communication to residents there, so that's great, all those things you noted. And certainly some of the things that we were informed of in our meeting, and you went over the fines, and we were able to have Mr. Morgan there, and the Landlord-Tenant Association joined us. We also laid out some of the pieces that they have been informing residents and communicating. We're happy to hear that did happen, right? We talked to her. But specifically, there seems to be the communication of these things to residents and getting the information back. So what has been done in that regard, I'd ask Mr. Canterbury. So a lot of this is very important and helpful. I think it was helpful when I heard a lot of these pieces, and thank you for the work you're doing. But how is it being communicated to residents? Because I think that's where I'm hearing it's not happening.
It's being communicated from Mr. Davino to Ms. Flynn and her staff. What happens after that? I'm not sure. Are we talking, you're not talking directly to the residents?
But I'd say this in a
I
second.
think I can answer it. If I see
Yeah,
it.
please.
And who is Ms. Flynn, if you would, please?
Ms. Flynn is the regional manager, vice president, thank you, of the management company. She's stationed down in DC, and she's come up to get things sorted out. In terms of notification to tenants, when we work on complaints, we're not complaint driven, but a large portion of our inspection workload is complaints. We're working with that individual tenant. Our notifications go to management, and hey, listen, we're going to court. They're going to be in your unit to do this or that. If there's management responsibilities like notifying tenants, as the state law of New Jersey says, when it comes to water shutoffs or disruptions of critical services, that has to be done by management. Their notifications. It's not something that we're doing, not going to be held liable to do. Certainly too much legal issue in that one. I would like to say to everybody from who's watching at home or here from 50 Greenwood, our number is online, my email is online. At any time that you feel you need some guidance, some help, someone to come in and take a look and just tell you, no, everything's okay, or you have some issues, we're available. That's why I'm here. My father was a civil servant with the fire department for many years, and now I am with Montclair Code Enforcement. And I take great pride in my job in helping the citizens of Montclair, regardless of their ward or background or whatever it may be. So I urge the 3 ladies here tonight, come speak to me, give me a phone call, email. I'm usually running in and out of the office, but still, same applies. You will get a reply you will get help from us. We're not pro-landlord, we're not pro-tenant. We are here to establish and uphold the codes of Montclair.
Thank you, sir. Would you just offer the numbers and the email?
Of
Just
course.
say it out loud. You may as well.
All right, so my email is the best way to reach me. I'm at C as in cat, Davino, DAVINOJR, at MontclairNJUSA.org. And that can be reached at 973, is it 15, no, see?
As long as they know, they know your numbers in the
Yeah.
building. We
Repeat
don't-
the email again
Yeah.
for everybody then.
All right,
Repeat the
my email is CDavino, JR as in junior, at MontclairNJUSA.org. And please, feel free to stop in anytime, and we'll explain everything to you, what you guys need, support from us. We're here for you.
Carmen, I just want to say this. I know you say you're not for the landlord, but I would ask you to be for the tenants, and here's why. The landlord has all kinds of money and legal help and all sorts of support. The tenants do not. The tenants are the ones that we're here to represent, not the landlords. The landlord-tenant bill that was put in, the rent control bill, was fought over for 20 years since the time I was mayor. Now, these residents are suffering in a building that's probably the worst in the town. And the town has huge mansions throughout the town that people don't even live in. They go away for months, you know. So there's people here who have to help contribute to restoring that building or tearing it down and building a new one. I don't think we should even have a building in those conditions. So I'm asking you, Carmen, as your CWA brother, okay? Take the side of the tenants, if you can.
Any further updates? I'll direct whatever questions that come from Mr. Scantlebury, full reports or whatever updates you need.
Yeah, and Mr. Scanberry, I would ask then, as we see in these council meetings when people come forward, if you could pass along his email and information, because I love the fact that if they reach out to you, you've got the direct contact, because in hearing some of the things you've done, at least the update I received from you not that long ago, and what you're even saying tonight as a further update, we know you're aggressively working on this, which is good, but I think everybody here needs to interface with you and be able to share what they're hearing in real time with you. It's just much more efficient than, I'm sure they would agree, having to come here and trying to share it with us to get it to you, to come back to them, and so on and so forth. So the more there can be direct communication there, the better for all of us. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Carmine, I appreciate you explaining what the process is with the communication.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you
that.
all. Thank
Okay.
There was one more person who wanted to speak from here, okay?
Yes, I'm also for 50 Greenwood. I'm quite sure you all know me also. My issue is with our seniors in the building also. Our seniors are afraid. They are afraid. A lot of them won't even speak up unless they're speaking to us. The management there, we've been called arrogant and combative because we're asking for things that should be necessities. I mean, it's a necessity to have hot water. It's a necessity to have rodent-free apartments. Our tenants, our elders shouldn't be there and afraid to go into the office and speak to anyone. Without coming out the office, we have tenants that have anxiety, they're crying, they're afraid they're gonna lose their apartments. This management company is a disservice to the Township of Montclair and a disservice to the people in our building. Just Sunday, we had a gentleman come and key into my mother's apartment at 10 o'clock in the morning. Who does not one of the permanent staff members. Because they decided that their lack of planning was an emergency on our behalf. Their lack of planning is not an emergency on our behalf. Startled my mother. When I go upstairs and my 80-year-plus mom calls me because she's terrified of 3 men keying their way into her apartment, that is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. I have my seniors coming to us often, afraid to speak, afraid to speak. My mother's not going to live like that in her last years.
I suffered a seizure on Saturday.
Yes.
Because of this condition. I had a seizure.
It's just not fair. It is not fair.
And Ms. Flynn said that we cannot stop
Anyone from entering our homes.
entering our unit. I even made an appointment. They came at 12 o'clock. They came at 11:15. I said, I'm not ready for you to come in. They decided not to come back. I sent her an email and said, this is unacceptable. She tells me there's basically nothing I can do. They'll send me a notice. And when she says that they're going to come in my apartment,
Whenever
they're going
they
to come in my
feel like
apartment. I don't know these people from a hill beans. I don't know these people.
Yup. I live by myself. I don't know if these people gonna rape me or not. I don't know them. I ain't never seen them before in my life. I suffer from seizures. I'm on dialysis. And all of this is causing me to have a seizure. Because right now, actually, I am trembling. Because of all this is going on, and the people on this committee act like they just don't care. Because people don't even have the decency to sit up here and look at a person when they talking amongst themselves.
So let's
They
make
don't
sure
even
you
have the
guys have the information directly to make sure you connect there, right, as these things come forward, and let's see what we can keep doing on that front.
Yes.
One last
Thank you,
question. Is this a Florida company?
It's from
Maryland.
Maryland.
Maryland,
NJ.
Virginia, Washington.
What was the Florida reference? I heard of
That's
Florida.
Mill Creek.
Mill Creek is the
That's
company?
11 Pine Street.
And, 11 Pine Street is Mill Creek. I don't want any Florida companies coming up here from DeSantis and Florida.
We don't want Edgewood.
Thank you.
We don't want
Thank you.
Edgewood.
Mr. Mayor, I do want to make one clarification.
Councilman Cummings?
Union Gardens, where my Aunt Gwen lived for 40 years and my grandmother lived for over 45 years, is located in the 3rd Ward. And I just want to make sure that you know that. It's not in the 4th Ward. That's why Ms. Price Abrams has been very responsive to you guys. And I think one of the things that we do as a council is we defer to the ward counselor to make sure that you all are represented by all of us, but that the ward counselor takes the lead. And in situation, yes. So I just want to make sure that that clarification is understood.
Thank you.
So this should be easier. My name is Susan Craig. I live at 10 Crestmont Road. My friend, a lifelong Montclairian, said that you can always count on the town to do the right thing, eventually. Montclair has been my home for 42 years, and I too want to be confident that you will decide to do the right thing and approve a permanent salaried position in the Department of Health and Human Services for a licensed social worker. We need a person who will respond to Montclair's older residents who need the support of professional work to avert life crises. Theoretically, we realize that a crisis or a calamity can befall any of us. But can you imagine a situation when you are facing an emergency? In a town like Montclair, you think that help would not be an obstacle. Yet, if you're an older resident who has called the Department of Senior Services recently, you understand there's a fair chance that the message you leave might not be heard or responded to in a timely manner. Without additional support staff in the Department of Health and Human Services, this is a reality. In January, I received a phone call from an older resident, a stranger, who was at her wit's end, facing imminent eviction and homelessness. I'm not a social worker or a housing maven. I am, though, a member of the board of Montclair Gateway to Aging in Place. We're a group of volunteers who work to support the 11,000 of us residents who are over age 55, who realize that we deserve to live in a more age-friendly community, to which I thank you all for wearing our buttons. Can you imagine facing circumstances in which calling a stranger for help is even an option? When I received this call, I knew there are others in the community I could ask for advice, would share information and resources, and suggest possible next steps for this family. In this instance, the story ends well and homelessness was averted. But how many others have experienced a different outcome, have fallen through the cracks? A good outcome should not depend on connecting to the right volunteer organization in an emergency. There are people in your own community whose outward calm manner belies the kind of need they might be experiencing, the kind of need that an experienced licensed social worker can effectively respond to. Potential homelessness, financial crisis, declining health. The right thing for our community is that a permanent position for a salaried social worker be created in the Department of Health and Human Services for all older residents. I hope that we can be confident that you will do the right thing when you vote later this evening. Thank you.
I'm Anson Pope, 12-14 Elm Street. I'm not here to talk about lackawanna, not Tim Stafford, no leaf blowers, no busted pipes, no double parking on Bloomfield Avenue, none of that stuff, all right? I'm here to talk about the cannabis industry in Montclair, or should I say the lack of one, all right? We've had Ricky here, we've had Mr. Payne here, Andrew Marshall, who I know is a cultivator, we've had him here. As a resident, I am a firm believer that we should be indulging a little bit in this business here in this township. We started the Greenleaf Wellness Center in 2012. It's 11 years ago. It was a very lucrative business, very successful, had line down the street when they opened up because patients needed it. You know, I myself grew up in the 1980s. I'm a Reagan kid, just say no. My parents did lots of drugs, I will admit, and I have a predisposition to to those things. So I try to stay clear of them. And I believed it was a gateway drug. When I was a little kid, that's how I grew up. But then when I saw my great aunt Edna suffering from cancer and unable to eat, unable to enjoy Thanksgiving, and she smoked a little pot, she was alive, she was with us, and she had 6 months to live, but she lived for 18. And I attribute it to her well-being and the family that supported her. When my great uncle Joe, also suffering with an illness, he was diagnosed with HIV positive. He was diagnosed HIV positive in the early 1980s. He managed to live almost 30 years, unheard of for somebody who was diagnosed at his time. But he did. Also, he used medical marijuana. I myself then began to change my views on it. And I do use medical marijuana, and I will continue to. I suffer from anxiety. Being here tonight is very anxiety producing, because I'm afraid to talk to that man right there, for fear that my First Amendment rights may be stripped, stifled, or stepped on. So I'm going to avoid talking to him at all costs. But I am happy to hear that there is a community that's robust and interested in this business. I've been speaking with them. I've spoken with you, Mr. Russo, about possibilities. I think that our township should have its own cannabis regulatory commission, similar to the one that the state has. They could be a direct liaison with the state, organizing ordinances, coming up with plans and a strategy and a plan of attack for the township. We're losing 2% sales tax that can be collected directly by the municipality on recreational sales. If we had that all of last year, that would have been about $275,000 from April to December. Add a couple of dispensaries to that, add the length of time, a full year, we could have at least $1 million in tax revenue from this industry. And we're just letting it sit on the table. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Berman. I live on Highland Avenue. In December, I spoke to you about the discriminatory firefighters promotional exam. I asked that you not ratify the O'Toole-Scrivo law firm's contract. The firm is tied to both Chief Herman and Tim Stafford. This hire was apparently for the purpose of invalidating the findings of Montclair's own affirmative action officer that the promotional exam discriminated against our black firefighters in favor of promoting Chief Herman's son. While you didn't ratify the contract that night, you did so at the last council meeting on February 21st in the dark of night, following executive session, once all of your constituents had left and without placing the item on the agenda. Yet, we still have no public information regarding what you will be doing about this discriminatory exam. It must be retaken in compliance with federal law and without nepotism. And what are you doing about the fraudulently entered time cards that we've paid for? Moving on to the next Montclair firefighter scandal, this year's budget. You're faced with millions of dollars in budget increase requested from Chief Herman, including adding 13 more firefighters. In February, I spoke to you about how unprecedented and unnecessary the staffing level would be in comparing Montclair to every other town in the state. In September, Mayor Spiller told us that the fire department can cover Glen Ridge with the number of trucks and firefighters already in place. I agree with you, Mayor Spiller, so let's do it. At the January 24th meeting, Councilor Price Abrams asked Chief Herman for a full accounting of every overtime hour and how it's being spent, as well as how often Montclair fights fires in other towns and vice versa. This was a reasonable request, given that mutual aid is a major component of fire services in New Jersey. Council shouldn't have to ask for it because it should be publicly available to all of us, just as it is publicly available on the town website of most other towns. Nonetheless, Chief Herman promised to supply the figures the following day. He likewise promised Councillor Cummings he would produce the cost of the 13 promotions coming out of the MARD promotional exam. So where are they? We need to see these numbers Chief Herman presumably produced as promised to the council in January. Chief Herman is a Cedar Grove resident, which means he has a volunteer fire department that relies on mutual aid from Montclair. Chief Herman pays no taxes for fire services where he lives, yet he has insisted that Montclair taxpayers devote an increasing share of our taxes to support his town after taking the opposite position months ago to the benefit of Glen Ridge. But we, the residents, need and want other things for our town. We didn't move here to have the biggest fire department in the state, and everything that's special about Montclair should not suffer so that we can. Enough is enough. Our tax dollars aren't monopoly money, and our quality of life doesn't come second to pleasing the fire chief. Get it together. Align yourselves with the people you were elected to serve.
Good evening, Rachel Egan, First Ward. I'm here to talk about Lackawanna Plaza, and it's today just feels like Groundhog Day again. I think, you know, what's next? A Kroll investigation. I'm really kind of horrified that I live in a democracy where when people try to hold their leaders accountable, they get sued by their council. Men and women, I am just kind of horrified, because what happens if I stand up here and say that I believe that somebody here, you know, appears to have a conflict of interest? Do I get sued? If you need to sue me now, you know, I have no money, it's okay. I want to say that overdevelopment has reached the tipping point in New Jersey in the name of affordable housing. Vast cookie-cutter complexes are springing up overnight, creating cities within our towns. Ironically, for each handful of much-needed affordable housing units that are built, hundreds of market-rate units are justified, enriching only the developers and planners and not the communities or families. I really wish that this process could have gone correctly, that we could have all had some input, and we could have talked about the things our town really needs and not what the developer wanted. This developer is set to make millions and millions for a long time, because people aren't going to be able to buy those apartments. They're going to be paying him rent forever. I am also really concerned about economic racism. For that reason, I do think this is going to lead to gentrification. And as for the people here from Greenwood, I have to say, I feel very sorry for anyone living around there, because when the next big storm Ida comes, watch out for the flooding. If you got some water in your basement last time, watch out for next time. I've been talking to some people who know quite a lot about the stream underneath that building, where those buildings are going to go, and it's really kind of scary. We could be facing a serious disaster. There is very little permeable land. I don't know, the camera can't really see this. I wish the public could see what we are given to show what this development is going to look like. Once again, it's the size of a cereal box. It doesn't really help much. But I can tell you that there is almost nowhere for the rain to go at all.
My name is Maya Davis. I live at 87 Willowdale Avenue. And Councilor Yacobellis, I'm happy to write that down for you, since you've shown that you're willing to stoop so low as to sue your own constituents. Perhaps you'd like to add my name to your lawsuit. First, I want to say that we're in this situation now because this council has advanced a redevelopment plan for Lackawanna, the single most important development ever in this town's long history, that is a bad plan, conceived through a bad process, and advanced in what appears to be bad faith. All of you with one abstention voted to advance this plan that is wrong for Lackawanna, wrong for the 4th Ward, and wrong for Montclair. That was a grave error, in my opinion. But Councilor Yacobellis, as he acknowledges in his lawsuit against his own constituents, has been the chief cheerleader for this plan. And that role as the #1 cheerleader brought into light concerns among some of his constituents of a possible conflict of interest, because an organization he leads received a substantial contribution from the Lackawanna Plan's developer. That's a fact. It's also a fact that within months of this contribution being made to that organization, Councilor Yacobellis received a paid position in the group. The New Jersey local government ethics law says this: public office and employment are a public trust. The vitality and stability of representative democracy depend upon the public's confidence in the integrity of its elected and appointed representatives. Whenever the public perceives a conflict between the private interests and the public duties of a government officer or employee, that confidence is imperiled. Councilor Lacubellis, instead of trying to restore or bolster public confidence, you have chosen to imperil it further by suing your own constituents for doing nothing more than exercising their democratic rights and responsibilities. But you can make different choices. You can choose to withdraw this dishonorable lawsuit. You can choose to recuse from any further votes or actions on the Lackawanna plan. You could also choose to reveal the details of the developer's contribution to your group, which you have not disclosed yet, to show the public why you think there is no conflict. How much did BDP Holdings pay for its sponsorship of last year's festival? Was it $40,000 as an event sponsorship cost now this year? Or was it $30,000 or more or less? When did BDP pay this? Who at Out Montclair received this payment from BDP? Did you or anyone else at Mount Montclair solicit this payment? Did Out Montclair have any money left over from its various festival sponsorships last year? And if so, was any of that money used to pay your salary as executive director? It's your choice, Councilor Jacobellis. You can do the right thing here or not.
Hi, everyone. I've never been up here, so thanks for having me. My name is Melanie Tolomeo. I'm a resident at 67 Bay Street. I'm here to talk about township communications. So we have the SWIFT 911 alerts for email and SMS notifications of urgent items such as weather-related emergencies. These notifications need explicit opt-in, though, and residents might not be aware of them. For status updates on non-urgent items, like the ice skating rink, there is no township communications channel. When I tried to sign up for the Montclair e-newsletter, Montclair Right Now, there was a 404 error on the website. We currently have to rely on news sites like BaristaNet and Montclair Local for our news. Also, one counselor does a great job with upkeep of his social media accounts. Relying on these sources has been helpful to get news with clarity and expediency. However, I am concerned about the potential for introducing bias. For instance, the PlaySex of Lackawanna Plaza are a supporter of Montclair Local, the new news source. The council member inserts an editorial commentary into his newsletter and doesn't really allow for much room for disagreement on his Facebook posts. Also, even though Facebook forums give the appearance of transparency, they do not have the same compliance guidelines as using government email. Giving updates on non-urgent items should be the job of the town's communications director. Providing status updates is just good project management. When we rely too heavily on individual personalities, we open ourselves up to systems that are not sustainable. So here's the ask. Can we just get a weekly or monthly newsletter from the town?
Hi, everyone. I am Norma Tassi, and I'm your neighbor at 7 Southern Terrace in Montclair. I want to say before I start with what I wrote on my piece of paper here, that the comment that I'm about to make has nothing to do with the brave tenants at 50 Greenwood Avenue, and comes from a place of observation since I've returned to regular attendance here since September of 2022. And what I want to share with you is that the discourse currently on display in this chamber is not up to the standards of the Montclair that I love. Counselors sit on the dais and question one another's integrity and demean each other's motives. Others grandstand about bygone accomplishments, while still others sit in smug and stony silence. All the while, Montclair has needs that require the council's energy and attention. We need to make a permanent decision to part ways with Mr. Stafford. He's a bully, and he is unworthy of leadership in our town. We need to conclude the due diligence and move forward with the Lackawanna Plaza. Not doing so opens us to a repeat of the protracted vacancy of the Haynes building that was followed by substandard construction. Montclair also needs the goodwill of the people who come here to address the governing body. The personal attacks, the knowingly false accusations, the poisonous tone, the outbursts, the grandstanding, and the downright meanness really need to stop. The Montclair that I love is a complex town, and it needs thoughtful, measured governance that is fostered in an atmosphere of mutual respect. It has been a long time since a meeting here could be characterized as respectful, civil, or conducted in good faith on behalf of those that you govern. I recall watching the last meeting on TV, and a young woman from the CGI program at Montclair High School came to speak her truth here regarding gas-powered leaf blowers. I think it's our duty, that young lady, I think it's our duty to captivate the imagination of those in the younger generations and inspire them to public service. Of late, the discourse in this room hasn't been inspiring, and I'm asking, let's change it together.
Hi there, my name is Ann Lapel. I've lived in Montclair for over 45 years. I live at 10 Crestmont Road, and you've seen me here before. And I am here today to ask you to please come to an affirmative vote on the social worker for the Department of Health and Human Services. I want to remind you that tomorrow is the Ides of March. And in Rome, the Ides of March was the day when debts were settled. And we have a long-standing debt with the seniors of Montclair. I see you all wearing buttons that say, let's make, or making Montclair age-friendlier. I hope you will wear them proudly, and I hope it starts with a vote that's positive today. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Yana Robbins, and I live on Park Street. I'm here today to implore you once again to take action and ban gas-powered leaf blowers in our community. It is clear that these machines are a threat to our health and well-being. You wrote this into our current part-time law. A single gas leaf blower produces approximately 11 pounds of carbon dioxide per hour. Often there are multiple leaf blowers working in tandem at one property, so hundreds of pounds of particulate matter is released in our town daily, 4 months of the year. It is time for a full-time law. Continuing to use gas-powered leaf blowers goes against Montclair's pledge to reduce greenhouse gases signed in 2021. The town, through you, our elected officials, continues to drag its feet on something that can easily be solved in one vote. I'll end with a quote from Mayor Sean Spiller. Montclair takes pride in leading in environmental issues. My question is, why will you not take the lead on this issue? And P.S., my 8-year-old daughter wanted me to add that it's almost Earth Day, so let's do the right thing.
All right, hi, my name is Axel. This is my first time coming to one of these. I hope I don't become a regular, but I'm here to talk about an issue that I think is important and is not getting enough attention. So I grew up in this town. I walked to Renaissance and Montclair High for 7 years. And not once did I have to leave the sidewalk and go out into the road because they were leaf blowing and I couldn't go through the sidewalk like you do now. So the leaf blowers, I mean, if you think about it, they've only come around in the last 20 or 30 years. We never actually studied it when they came around, as many technologies do, and said, do we really want this? Is this really good for us? So one statistic that is I'm gonna refer to this later. So 1 hour of the gas leaf blower creates the same emissions as driving a normal car maybe 1,100 miles. 1,100, gonna come back to that number. So then there's this other discussion going on about Lackawanna Plaza. So I did transportation studies in college, so I read the traffic report, of course. And it said that there's going to be about 1,100 cars coming from each block in the peak hour. 1,100. So if you think about a team of 2 gas leaf blower users going through the town, they stop at one house, they stop at another. That's 2 times 1,100. So if you think about it, really, the leaf blower team is creating the same emissions as maybe the entire project within the peak hour. And then you have multiple landscaping crews on each block around town, hundreds of blocks in Montclair, and you can see where this goes. The impact is pretty significant, and it might be possible that the environmental impact of the leaf blowers may be larger than all of the cars in the entire town. You might say, Axel, that's crazy. How can it be as much as all of the cars? But so California studied this. They care more about air quality than we do. They looked into what the sources of the emissions were, and it turned out that the 2-stroke engines that go in the landscaping equipment caused more emissions than the cars. And so they studied this, they were led to a logical conclusion, and they decided to ban the leaf blowers, gas leaf blowers, starting in 2024. So this is a double standard, because we have this entire process to study the impact and study the emissions and the boards and the hearings and the committees about the traffic impact, but you don't need a permit, you don't need to apply to run a gas leaf blower that causes all these problems, like childhood asthma is typical of both leaf blowers and traffic. The carbon emissions, the noise, the pollution. So here's a fun comparison. If I started Axel's landscaping company, 4 months of the year I could go around any block I wanted and run the leaf blowers all I wanted. But if I applied to the planning board to build a building that was Axel's leaf blower center, and I said, you know, we're going to build this building, we're just going to have leaf blowers blowing in it, they would say, oh, the traffic, the emissions. It would never be allowed if it was actually studied. So what I'm asking is, look closely into this issue, like I did, and I think it would lead you to the same conclusion, which is prohibit gas leaf blowers in Montclair. Thank you.
Mayor. Axel, I do want to ask that you consider coming back again. Thank you for your testimony. And I just want to recognize, I think it was Donna who spoke before. Oh, there you are, coming at us with. I do want to say that I will engage my colleagues in a conversation that we would take this matter up in the next few meetings. If it's not next time, thereafter, that we will review these opportunities to step down from gas-powered leaf blowers. That's my commitment.
Fantastic. These are the electric ones you're putting on the table, right?
No.
No?
Gas, electric. Yes. Thank you. We want to present solutions, not just complaints. But I can't help connecting some dots with the problems with the Greenwood apartments, some of the other things. Those are that's a lot of money. This is something that's so simple and so easy. As you can see, we have the gas on the right, or the left, the electric on the right. They look the same, they handle the same, they function the same. They work, the solution's right here, it's really easy. We could run the electric one for hours inside here. No one would have an issue. You run the gas one, we'd all be asphyxiated pretty quickly. You can't do that. They're not much more expensive when you factor in the lifespan of the machines. The batteries that are more an upfront cost, but gas blowers use 5 to 7. We've talked to a landscaper, 5 to 7 gallons per day for landscaping. At a conservative price of $3.50 a gallon, you're talking $18 to $25 per day. So these will pay for themselves quickly. Also, gas leaf blowers, they malfunction. You have to mix the oil right with the gas. They have more moving parts. They break down. The question is why we haven't switched over yet. And I'm really curious, many of us are curious about who ran the cost-benefit analysis. And if it was the former town manager, if it's Tim Stafford, I just feel like based on his suspension and his status, his judgment should be considered null and void based on what we're all seeing. And by the way, a week of his salary would be more than enough to pay for these e-leaf blowers. We're just talking about a few leaf blowers we need to swap out. The health and environmental benefits cannot be left out of this equation, as we've heard. So, and this was addressed a little bit, when can we expect a vote on this ban? Because we can just keep coming up here every month, But as someone said, it does feel like Groundhog Day, and the solution is right here. This is an easy one, guys. This is a really easy fix. Thank you.
Did you say your name, sir? I didn't catch your name.
Yeah, what was your name, sir?
Josh Cohen, I live at 11 Fidelity Place.
So I just want to remind everybody, this council, we did cut the time in half for how much leaf blowers could be used. But from that point, and still, I have been for a complete ban with no exceptions. I think I don't know that we have the votes yet. So I think a couple of us will talk and we'll have the conversation if we're there. If we have 4 votes, we'll put it through. I've been for this for the entire time I've been in office. I would make it effective. I think you have to give some time for the companies to adjust, especially if people solicit quotes and get estimates for the next year of service from their companies. So you have to do the ban and give the companies and people who subscribe to the services enough time to adjust. That's just the way it has to happen. But I think you can do it with enough time this year still to have that be in effect for the 2024 season.
How about tomorrow?
Right.
So I'm going
Take it
to,
up.
I'm jumping in here with this group. So, good evening, Mayor, council members. I think you're familiar with me now. I'm Judith Antelman. I live at 180 Walnut Street. And before I jump into my speech, as somebody else said, tomorrow is the Ides of March. As in Caesar, I'm dreading it because it begins a deadly season where I am holed up in my apartment, as a lot of people in town are. So at the last meeting, Councilor Russo gave an impassioned speech that he really does want a ban of the gas leaf blower, and just now, Councilman Iacobellis, thank you, you're also for a ban.
For 2 years, ma'am.
So
I've never not been for a full ban.
Okay, well then let's do this. So the falsehood from some members says that the technology isn't there yet. However, this is not about technology not being here, because it is. It's about necessary change that can be made with common sense and a willingness to change. Change already in place in other towns, but not here, not with you in your seats. We don't have the votes. So your reasoning, you like to tell us you can't get by without gas blowers on municipal property. This means 180 acres decide what happens on the other 3,000 acres that make up Montclair, holding hostage the health of all who live and work here on the private acres where we closely and continuously are exposed to the known hazards of the gas leaf blower. Now let's look a little further. The Montclair Parks Department is a crew of 4. They currently have in use 2 leaf blowers, so this means that 2 leaf blowers and not ever more than 4 are your excuse for not changing the legislation in a town made up of 40,000 people where tens and tens and tens of gas leaf blowers are in use on any given day, all day, for 4 months of the year. Ending the use of the gas leaf blower in Montclair is entirely possible. Ask Larchmont, New York, ask Maplewood. Maplewood is 8 miles away. We have spoken to Maplewood, so we know they accomplished this with no special program in place. No need for technology that isn't there yet. What these towns do have in place are elected officials who not only know ending the use of the gas leaf blower in their town was the right thing to do, and they did it. So we all here tonight, we ask you yet again, why will you not do the same for Montclair? It really is an easy fix. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Johanna Coxeter, and I live at 165 Lincoln Street. The following is the resolution we seek for Montclair. An ordinance to prohibit the use of gas-powered leaf blowers within the Township of Montclair. Whereas Ordinance 02101 was passed on February 16th, 2021, and whereas since that time, the Township of Montclair residents have supported these ordinances across 2,944 acres. And whereas the Township of Montclair is now committed to supporting these ordinances on municipal property across 180 acres. And whereas the science has shown that the noise, particulate matter, gas, and oil being released unburned, and the fumes from burnt fuel are hazardous to the health of the workers, residents, particularly the elderly and the young. And whereas the same noise, fuels, particulate matter, and high-velocity air damage, and they destroy animal, bird, and insect habitats, disrupting nature and adversely impacting the health of all living things. And whereas the township aims to continue to strengthen its commitment to public health and environmental sustainability, and believes that the proposed amendments will help achieve greater equity, and whereas availability of electric alternatives, combined with a shift in ecological best practices on municipal property as well as private property, with a commitment to educating our township's parks department and private care yard workers, will allow for a smooth transition and end reliance on this dangerous machine. And whereas the township, which established itself as a best city for pets and a monarch city, has proven its deep commitment to the health and well-being of animals and pollinators, will duly commit to do the same for human beings and all living things in the town of Montclair. And whereas, it's the last one, the township believes that the passage of this ordinance more clearly and successfully reflects the needs and values of the Montclair community, and further the township's constant message and mission to be a leader in environmental stewardship and sustainability in the state of New Jersey, and importantly contribute to change that can be brought to scale across the United States. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessica Stolzberg. I live on Fairfield Street. It was really easy to create that resolution because we pulled it right from Maplewood, almost all of it, because they already did it. And furthermore, they did it by leapfrogging the point we're at right now because they recognized that the seasonal limits didn't make sense, they were difficult to enforce, that the landscapers were only going to get that equipment and figure out how to make it work when a law changed. So that's what they did. They looked to us for inspiration, and they went the distance. And now, Councilman Iacobellis, you sit and tell us, maybe 2024, everyone will be ready. Well, you know what? The landscapers are ready because they've had to adjust to the seasonal limits. And because of changing temperatures, the leaf drop is happening later, which means after December 15th, they figure it out. And this season, when they're trying to figure out how to do spring cleanup after May 15th, they'll continue to figure it out. And a lot of them already have the electric equipment. Also, this is not an apples to apples solution because it's really important that we educate our Parks Department and the landscapers who work in our town to teach them about how important it is to move away from the destructive act of a gas leaf blower, which contributes to the erosion of ecological, well-being, biodiversity that's rapidly on the decline. I mean, everyone in this room might feel sad about the decreasing level of birdsong, and you read articles about how bird populations are suffering. Well, we are blowing away their food source. So this is not just equipment, this is education, and it's easy to do. So we have solutions for you, okay? You've got Maplewood, who is happy to talk to you as a resource. Lori Price Abrams, I invited you to connect with Nancy Adams last summer, and you did not respond to several of my follow-up emails after we had already met. You asked for information from me, and you did not respond to me. So I'm very happy to hear you're interested in pursuing this now, but we need action quickly, not 2024. That's not okay. Tomorrow it starts for 2 months, and that is because you guys have sat for the last 2 years and since last summer. So your 2 years of favor, what else did you do? What did you do for the last 2 years to move us from favor to a new law? No, but see, it's not time and a half because the 4 months you allow it is the greatest amount of time they're ever used. They're not used in the winter anywhere, or rarely. Okay? When we used to have snowfall, those men were out pushing the snow. I have experts from Rutgers ready to meet with you. Reach out to me, and we'll make a connection between you, the Parks Department, experts who can talk to you about shifting practices on your 180 acres, so you can make change for the health and well-being of the rest of us who live here on 3,000 acres. Do not let your town property govern what happens for the rest of us. That is not fair. And
Thank
it
you.
has to stop.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I don't know if there's another leaf blower speaker. I just texted with my neighbor down the hall, Lynn, who is in Quiet Montclair Group, and I sent a message to Nancy Adams, my colleague in Maplewood, the Maplewood councilwoman. I know somebody came up before and said, you know, you shouldn't look on past laurels or rest on past laurels and things. History is important. History is important. 20 years ago, Jessica DeConnick and I put forward the first leaf blower resolution, Councilwoman Jessica DeConnick. Then the voters in Montclair voted 68% to 32% to keep that ban when we were sued by the leaf blowers. Leaf blowers and landlords associate together. But the problem is, and they fight us, you know, they're always fighting us. They hate me. The problem is getting this done the right way. What Peter was saying is in stages. Now, I'm so convinced that this is the worst instrument, that one that looks just the same as the electric one, because I told you last time how I hear every little scrap has to be picked up by these poor guys going around to make it totally clean. It's ridiculous. I would like to see us ban this completely, as Maplewood did. So I asked Nancy, and I know you have your copy, but I'm asking Nancy as a colleague in Maplewood because she followed us, really, and then we improved upon theirs. And Peter and I have both been, along with Robin and with Lori, we've been very, very supportive of doing this. You have to understand that if I put forward a resolution now, or an ordinance, based on Maplewoods, we have to have 4 votes to get it implemented, and then it has to be implemented by the town. So there's always a little waiting period, there's stages that go through, but I would like to actually ask the law department to take a look at the ordinance from Maplewood. You can give the law department your copy also right now. I'd like this to get moving. I don't know if any of you have seen that movie, Living, right now. It's playing all over, okay? Bill Nighy was ready to die, and he finally changed the bureaucracy of London because he realized he was going to be around much longer. I'm not going to be around much longer, maybe. But I don't want to see these things wait till people are gone to happen, like for seniors. But the leaf blower thing, you're right. We made improvements. We brought it in stages to a very limited number, but still the 4 months are the worst months. And I hate to see these things being used. We just moved to electric, ban all gas-powered leaf blowers, and do it before the season of the summer. And I'd like to see us do that now. But I want the law department to draft, they have to draft any ordinance, okay? So I'm asking the law department and the attorneys in the law department to please get that moving based upon what I'm sure I'm going to get from Nancy Adams, who's a great leader in Maplewood that fought for this for a long time. So we'll follow Maplewood's model, we'll make changes maybe, but I hope that at least 4 of us can get this through, okay?
Can I respond? Am I allowed to respond?
No, I don't control the agenda here.
Well, we've got a lot of people waiting here. We want to get through everybody, but everybody's got their 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I'm a Montclair resident. I have a lot of things kind of on my mind tonight. A lot of these things have already been touched upon tonight. And as I've been listening, I am just thinking how sad all of this really is. I am a psychotherapist, I'm a clinical social worker, and I specialize in couples therapy and have studied attachment theory pretty extensively. And when I look at it through that lens, what's happening here, everyone here is feeling really insecure about what's going on with our local government. And I have been coming to the meetings now for, I think, over a year. I'm not really sure. But as I've been coming, I have seen the rhetoric, the commentary, just it keeps escalating, right? And we see more things that, you know, I myself have done it, right? Bring in signs, start clapping, start, you know, yelling. You know, more theater-like things, right? Like with, you know, leaf blowers on a table or, you know, which is all to get your attention, right? It's all to, like, because we don't feel listened to. And, you know, I've watched some other, like, town council meetings in other towns. You know, every once in a while, like, yes, you have, every once in a while, a big issue where you get, you know, a big, you know, uproar. But this is becoming a pretty consistent thing. And that should really be telling you guys something, you know? Like, this is not functioning. And I have to say, a lot of it, like, I do think comes down to the fact that we have had a very ineffective, corrupt, right, like, just bullying town manager over the last, like, several years, right? Like, the town manager is really in charge of our town based on the government that we have. And, you know, you see the effects, like, the ramifications of that are really playing out. And, like, you know, one of the things that was on my mind, it's been touched upon, right? Like, 30 days was given, right? Like, you know, people want to know what's happening, right? Like, people don't know what's going on, and we aren't seeing any results. It's the same thing over and over again. And honestly, like, if you want things to calm down, and I've heard the efforts made, right? Like, you gave a beautiful speech, you know, Mayor Spiller, about that, like, you know, a while ago. It's not happening because nothing's changing. And so this really needs to change. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Deirdre Birmingham, and I swear that I'm about to say exactly what she just said. But I just think there's so many issues. Many of us are here week after week begging you to listen and help. Ms. LaPelle and her group have been here asking for over a year. The thing is that aside from the 2 at-large counselors and Mr. Cummings, who routinely responds to constituents, we really don't know how many of you feel about critical town issues. Discussions are either too late at night or behind closed doors. Please tell us how you feel about a senior center, fire department funding, Clary Anderson, leaf blowers. Actually, and don't just tell us intentions aren't enough. Show us what you're doing to prioritize what residents are asking for. I know this is a hard job. It's essentially volunteer, but things are falling apart. And this is not like, many of you have been working together for years. Some of you clearly don't like each other. You have to worry about strange legal advice. This is not easy, I know. But it's not enough to just show up here. This town is a mess. We need strong, brave leaders who can right the ship. Please be vocal about our concerns and, more importantly, take action to support them. We are begging you to hear us. Prioritize a senior center and support a social worker for seniors. Properly fund Clary Anderson. Do not give the fire department more money. We do not need a larger force. Ban the leaf blowers. Simply put, we need this body to function better. We need you to prioritize what we need and do the work that needs to be done to make these things happen. What is happening right now is not working. Please consider the role that you can all play in fixing this mess and getting us what this town needs. Lastly, I just want to offer support to Peter Iacobellis. Reasonable people can disagree, and as you know, I've disagreed with what a lot of this council has done, but when you begin making insinuations about someone's character, it's unnecessary, it's inflammatory, and most importantly, it's untrue in this case. I know you've to be incredibly hardworking and responsive with sincere intentions of improving this town. Thank you for your effort, and I'm sorry this has happened. I hope that we can all keep the discourse civil. Thank you.
What am I even doing here after that? Right? I'll try to be short. I just want to ask for a modicum of transparency. I'm too short on top of everything.
Name.
I just want to ask.
Name, address.
Oh, so sorry. I'm Mariana Horta. I live on Gordonhurst Avenue. And I want to ask for a modicum of transparency, okay? We don't know what happens. And secrecy breeds distrust, and at its extreme, it breeds conspiracy theories. And it's that secrecy is a real threat to a democracy, isn't it, Mr. Mayor? Generally, not just in Montclair, I'm not taking, So what can you do to be more transparent? Can you tell us? For example, 35 days ago, you put Stafford on a 30 days notice. He's supposed to tell you if he wants a hearing. We may not know what's going on with your negotiations with his attorney, but we can know if he requested a hearing. That there is nothing prohibiting you from telling us if he requested a hearing. If I hear that, I think my elected officials respect me. They know I don't come here because it's fun, right? So what else can you do? Could the police department provide some data? What do I need to find out about crime on Facebook? Because I don't like Facebook. Could the fire department be required to provide data, whether or not it's attached to funding, because everyone provides data everywhere? And how do you work without data? How does anyone work without data, right? If you're not doing evidence-based policy making, what kind of policy making are you making? Right? It's impossible. So I'd like to find out how you can be more transparent from now on. In particular, just because this is on the agenda today, with the O-23 contract, because that is a huge embarrassment, isn't it? Like, why not, before approving payment for that illegal contract, can't you approve an anti-nepotism ordinance? I grew up in an actual banana republic. I'm Brazilian, right? Since the mid-20th century, at least we had anti-nepotism laws. I come from two political families, and no one ever appointed a relative that I can remember. I like to think it's because they wouldn't, because they have character, but probably it's because they aren't allowed. And here, the fire chief can hire his son, then he can supervise his son, and then he can promote his son. And then when he does that, and our affirmative action officer says, foul play, right? What happens? You go and hire Kevin, Bridgegate O'Toole's firm, to investigate it? Like, seriously? It's funny because it's tragic, right? And let's just remember who he is. He's the guy who manipulated the sergeant's exam at Cedar Grove to get his sister promoted. So he's an expert in nepotism and manipulating promotion exams. So thank you, guys. Let us know who did that check.
Thank you.
It's a great check.
Hi, I'm Chrissy Thomas, and I reside at 257 North Mountain Avenue in Ward 2. I'm extremely disappointed to have to again speak up at a town council meeting to express concern about the mismanagement and misappropriation of taxpayer money by this town council. According to the state statute NJS 40:69A-93, the town manager serves at the pleasure of the council and may be removed for cause or for no reason at all. It's the responsibility of the town council to oversee our town manager. More than 30 days ago, on February 7th, 2023, this town council unanimously adopted a preliminary resolution to remove the township manager, Timothy Stafford. Respectfully, it's of great concern that there's no final resolution for removal listed on the agenda for this meeting. On February 7th, I was concerned that it was the mayor's hope to have Mr. Stafford reinstated, despite the clear and unequivocal findings of our own affirmative action officer, Bruce Morgan. Then I read in Craig Wolf's article that Stafford's status is on the agenda for executive session at the council's meeting on Tuesday, March 14th. Don't you all want the public to know what you're doing with taxpayer funds? You have all been advised that by statute, the town is required to pay Mr. Stafford for 3 calendar months from the date of the preliminary resolution, or for as long as there's no final resolution for removal, whichever is longer. Why did this council delay adopting a preliminary resolution for 4 months when you put Mr. Stafford on paid administrative leave on October 25th, 2022? If you had done the right thing then, we would only have had to pay him through January. Mr. Stafford is paid $217,000 a year, and that's before his substantial benefits. More egregiously, while on paid leave, you, Mr. Mayor, and the town councilors actually gave him a raise effective January 1st, 2023. Mr. Stafford has been paid $18,000 a month, plus benefits, to sit at home and not do his job. So far, we've paid Stafford not less than $90,000 on paid administrative leave. Weren't many of you willing to risk your integrity for a health insurance benefit or payout of a lot less than $18,000? Isn't it about $5,000 opt-out waiver payoff that you got from the town instead of health benefits, Mr. Spiller? I believe Mr. Herlock and Ms. Price Abrams both have law degrees and are required to know better, although I understand Ms. Price Abrams isn't a practicing attorney, whereas Mr. Herlock is. The lack of transparency with this town council is offensive, and the appearance of impropriety is egregious. You can't use our taxpayer dollars as your personal piggy banks, then have the audacity to claim poverty or lack of funds to fulfill the legitimate and pressing needs of this town. Recklessly spending our taxpayer dollars to personally benefit yourselves while failing to competently perform your fiduciary duties and properly staff this town with municipal employees that could help to protect you and the town from the poor, if not illegal choices you're making, is reprehensible. Stop it.
My name is Ella Bernardin, and I'm a lifelong resident of Montclair. How can this town council justify paying a municipal attorney who does not render competent legal advice to this council? You can't. You certainly cannot justify giving him a raise when the town is forced to rely on outside counsel for almost every issue. It takes 4 of you just to make a wrong decision. Do you really want to go on record doing this? How can you justify spending hundreds of thousands on legal counsel under totally invalid and illegal contracts? Do you not realize that as a matter of law, you are required to do a resolution before a contract is signed? Resolution R-23-053 is an amended resolution to pay O'Toole Scrivico $39,386. To discredit Bruce Morgan's EEOC report in connection with the 2021 fireman's exam. How on earth is this a justifiable expense? Where's the original not-to-exceed contract and resolution that you're required to pass before hiring O'Toole Scrivico? Didn't our town attorneys tell you that trying to pass this resolution is illegal? I'm pretty sure my mom warned you about this at the last hearing. You are responsible for overseeing the town manager, the town attorneys, and the town clerk. You all put the town at risk. The optics are currently very, very bad, but you have an opportunity to turn this around. Please start doing right by this town. Do not extend the contract of Mr. Burr and sign a final resolution terminating Mr. Stafford.
Good evening. My name is June Regner. I live at 49 North Mountain Avenue. Generally, I think engagement is a very good thing. It's great when people come to town council. It's great when people care and love this town enough to come. What's really problematic is when people come for months and years at a time, asking you to do things like listen to Bruce Morgan when he says that there's discrimination going on in firefighter promotions. Instead of listening to the people, instead of listening to your own officer, you go out and spend a ridiculous amount of money in an illegal contract, so poof, the problem goes away. Nothing's going on here. There's no discrimination. It's okay. But it's not. The same thing about the hostile environment. This town is full of bullies, starting with Tim Stafford and the 3 of you men on the finance committee who had finance committee meetings and kept out the chief financial officer. That's bullying. You embolden people to tell lies and to make insinuations and character attacks. That's the problem. It's you. Now, Mr. Iacobellis, I absolutely disagree. And Mr. Russo, you need to make more resolutions and vote on it so that the people in this town know who's for having this leaf blower ban, who isn't. Who's for hiring senior citizens people in the town, who isn't. Who is for firing Tim Stafford and who isn't? This whole idea that you only ever put forth resolutions when you already know that people will vote on it is not democratic. When everything gets decided in executive session, that is the absolute opposite of the spirit of the Sunshine Laws. We deserve to know. Mr. Iacobellis, I support you in fighting the bullies in this town. Good luck.
Good evening. Richard DeFabrizio, 273 Park Street. I'm here to talk to you about the intersection of Forest Street and Glen Ridge Ave. There's a condo building, 15 Forest Street. I own a few units in that building. I'm a landlord, good landlord. Don't hate me. So when that little section of Glen Ridge Ave became a one-way, all of Glen Ridge Avenue traffic, as opposed to flowing into Bloomfield Ave, has to move on to Forest Street. What we're experiencing is a lot of upset drivers who can't go straight, and they're coming full speed because there's no stop sign, the right onto Forest Street, and then gunning it all the way down. So dangerous situation, as well as a lot of noise pollution. I don't know if you remember the issues we had with the Crosby, probably you do. A lot of chaos when they would close. So the steakhouse and the Chinese restaurant are opening up soon. There's going to be intoxicated patrons leaving at closing, and they're all going to come out of the garage or out of the restaurant valet down Forest Street. The only solution in my mind at this point to ease the pain of the locals is a stop sign at a minimum, and at a maximum a speed sign to remind them that they're in a 25-mile-an-hour zone as soon as they do turn onto Forest Street. Thank you for your kind consideration. Yes, Lori? Richard DeFabrizio.
So you're suggesting if you're traveling west on Glen Ridge,
Yes.
you can continue, to make that right, you want a stop sign
On Glen Ridge Ave, and the reason is there is always a parking issue on Forest. It is what it is. So it's a blind turn. So if you think about it, they're coming around a blind turn, full speed into a pedestrian crossing, and they're not going to see a pedestrian until they're in the crosswalk. So it's probably a miss on whoever redesigned that intersection, but I think the stop sign, and again, maybe a speed limit sign would save a life.
So thank you. I guess we'll kick it over, to Mr. Canterbury, we can kick it to the MDG's traffic, the officer there, and I know we adjust, and it's going to affect, the stop sign is supposed to be at the next intersection up, by Claremont.
Right.
Is that a different issue?
Different issue, yes.
There's a lot of impact because
That's actually part of the impact because it was created a traffic jam down at the end of Forest and Claremont. So that's a little bit of a solution for that end. No.
All right, thank you.
No, it's not helping the situation
Not the same,
on the
is-
top end. It's alleviating the traffic at the bottom end of the block. So still, again, I think it was a miss because if you see the way the traffic comes full speed around the corner, you realize something needs to be done to impede that flow.
Okay, thank you.
Who should I follow up with?
You can follow up with me, and I'll follow up with Mr.
Thank you very
Scanlon.
much.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Eileen Birmingham, and I'm a resident of Montclair. I know it seems things are very challenging right now, and so I'm here with just a humble suggestion that I think if there could be clearer communication transmitted about what is going on in town, including anticipated timelines for important projects or issues, council committees publicly reporting to the public and each other about what you are working on. I think that would be really helpful, I think, to the overall understanding of those of us in town who are interested to know. For example, we know that more than 30 days ago, you instituted the process of removing the town manager. More than 30 days have passed, and we are left wondering what is going to happen now. Will he be removed? What will it take? Because in addition to the multiple women in our town who have alleged mistreatment, I think we also have ample evidence that in the end, he was just not a very good manager. Take, for example, the firefighter's exam. And first, let me stop and ask, I think I know the answer to this question, whether the fire chief ever supplied you with data that you asked for in January. Very basic data that should be routinely shared. I'm not sure where you work if it's acceptable to spend $17 million on something and not get responses to basic questions. For the fire exam, we know that a fire promotional exam had not been given in over 10 years. Why then did the manager rush to give an exam without proper assessment to make sure it was fair? I have now read emails from the then director of HR who specifically emphasized that the exam would be based on objective measures. I quote, "After extensive conversation regarding the rubric, the chief and I have determined that given the time constraints, all of the possible points should be allocated to the objective parts of the exam. When it comes to the point of making decisions on individual based on exam results, personnel and history and attendance, as well as seniority, will be taken into account to pick the best candidates for the positions." Tim Stafford's response? "I don't understand this at all." He didn't understand a very basic and standard way to administer a test. And sure enough, the next day, seniority was removed from the exam, although the HR administrator was still told the exam would be objective. And according to Mr. Morgan, she was led to believe the chief had recused himself. We know for sure that he did not recuse himself and weighed in, and sure enough, his son was first in line for promotion. All of this is deeply unfair and will cost the township a lot of money. And I don't have enough time to go into it, but when you have a career fire department, you have to make sure it is run in a fiscally prudent manner. Because the fact is that most towns in this country are served by volunteer departments. That is not my opinion, that is just a fact. And this includes large towns like Wayne and Parsippany and almost all of Long Island, New York, where lots of career firefighters live. And I will respectfully stop now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last but not least, good evening. William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. I've been a resident of Montclair, born and raised for 73 years. I've seen, at least participated in at least the last 5 administrations within this township. I've been a member of the Parks and Recreation Committee, co-chair of the Montclair Housing Commission, currently the chair of the Rent Control Board. I'm just hoping that we can move this town in the right direction. I'm here to support the extension of Paul Burr as the interim attorney for the Township of Montclair. I believe he has the expertise, the knowledge, and the fortitude, I believe, which is absolutely going to be necessary to move this township forward. Absolutely, there's a lot of issues on the table. To sit here and listen to 2.5 hours of concerns by the residents of Montclair is something we should all take to heart. And this has been going on for quite some time. But I think Mr. Burr has the experience and the knowledge to hopefully move this situation forward in a lot of different situations. But I see us on the agenda under new business resolution, so I do support him. And in all transparency, Mr. Burr has been my neighbor for about 25 years. He's a good family man. He's raised his children. And also in transparency, Councilman Cummings is my neighbor. So I always have an opportunity to either jump a fence or walk through some bushes to get my hands on these gentlemen if there's a real issue. But they're good guys, so this is a very difficult job for all you guys, and I respect you. So please support Mr. Burr. Thank you.
Mr. Scott is not the last. I just had one thing to say. I went to the Rent Control Board meeting on March 8th, and a couple of things. I feel like we should have the minutes posted. The minutes are not posted on the site like other commissions are, and I believe they've been having meetings since at least October. So I'd like to see the minutes posted. I think also that the Rent Control Board should show an agenda so that anybody interested in the issue can know what's going to be discussed. I had asked about whether the meeting is recorded, but you have to submit an Oprah request to hear the recording, and I was wondering why that is. And the last thing is that, as you probably know, we're coming on 1 year since the rent control ordinance has been in place, and I'll once again ask the council to look at the data that's been accumulated from then given to the Rent Control Board that will show how many people have registered their houses, how many complaints have been filed, who's been filing the complaints, whether it's small landlords, tenants of small landlords or tenants of big apartment buildings, and look at this data and see if it does warrant the inclusion of 2 and 3 family homes. I feel like 2 and 3 family homes, they offer a stable market, generally underpriced compared to the large apartment buildings that we see the rents. So I would ask that you, as we come to this anniversary, you look at the ordinance and please consider excluding 2 and 3 family properties from this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we'll close public comment, and appreciate that there as well. Mr. Scantlebury, just a couple follow-up pieces as well. We had at the last one a concern about security at Ascend. Can you give us an update on that? What happened after that?
Both the police chief and the deputy chief went down to Ascend, and they spoke to the leadership there and found no issue whatsoever.
I'm sorry.
I'm speaking into the mic. Okay. The chief and the deputy chief went down to Ascend the next morning, spoke to the leadership there, and there was no issue according to them, meaning the leadership, that the issue may be otherwise related. But the recommendation was from them, if there's an issue of any kind going forward, that they can help them get security of their own, personal security in the building.
All right, so I'm following you there. Obviously, we heard from a gentleman here saying there were security concerns that he felt were not being addressed by the management there. You're saying our police went
It was
down
a
and
young
spoke?
lady, and without,
Yeah, sorry.
I'm trying to be as judicious as I can about, the whole thing, but apparently when the chief and the deputy chief spoke with the management at Ascend, it was not as it was represented. Okay.
And any security concerns was noted that they should have security
They
as
said
needed
that
there.
they would have security and they can assist them in that effort if that's what they'd like to do.
Great, thank you, and let's keep an eye on that, and fill us in if anything changes on that, or we're hearing from others around that issue. Second question, specifically just an update on the tree replacement plan, specifically for the Newark work.
I believe the resolution's coming up for the spring planting. The 250 trees, I think, we're going to be getting, and the planting is going to begin in April.
No, I got that. The
So
residents.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the residents who've come before us, talking about the tree removals for Newark's working on replacing their lines.
Okay. The deputy mayor and I went up to visit the location, and we figured it would be quicker if we, meaning the Township of Montclair, just purchased the trees ourselves, have it planted, and Newark would pay us back. We'd bill Newark for planting those trees.
Okay, and so we're going to be billing them to make sure that those dollars are recouped, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I wanted to make sure that we had residents heard the update from both those pieces. Appreciate that. Moving forward specifically, we have a presentation on some of our capital program requests. Do we have Mr. Beneke available?
Because of the length of the evening, Mr. Beneke has to postpone until April.
Okay. All right, so we'll postpone that.
A good move.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have Ordinance O-23-02, which is a bond ordinance O-23-02, providing for various capital improvements in the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, appropriated $700,000. Thereof, and authorizing issues of $665,000 in bonds and notices, and I so move.
Second.
This is an open hearing. Without objection, I'll open it. Does anyone wish to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings? Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is an ordinance establishing O-23-04, establishing the Residential Dwelling Relief Fund, and I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded without objection. I'm going to open the hearing to the public. Is there objection? Without objection, I'm opening the hearing.
Good evening again. I'm Carmel Luckman. I did send all of you an email with my suggestions on the ordinance. I don't think it's probably necessary for me to read them to you now, but I hope that you might consider those. I mean, I don't know if you're voting on this right now. Is that correct?
We are.
Oh, so if you haven't read my email, which you may not have, maybe I should, it's pretty short, maybe I should just read it? Is that okay?
Whatever you
Yep.
like.
Okay, so it seems that the purpose of this ordinance is for landlords to be paid rent that is legitimately owed to them by a fund set up by the town with funds paid by the landlords as required as part of the rent control settlement. So it seems like it's a big circle to get the landlords paid. And I guess it could benefit tenants if it prevents the landlord from initiating eviction proceedings. I mean, that's my sense of reading this, not having any more background than actually reading the ordinance. So my comments were, if I were an administrator of this fund, I would strive to be sure that it's not depleted quickly and only serves truly needy tenants on a very temporary basis who are potentially faced with eviction. With that goal in mind, here's what I thought. Why is only tenant income taken into account? If a tenant has savings, I think that should be depleted first before a town fund meant to benefit truly needy folks kicks in. Many people, they have a lot of assets, but they have, they might be just on Social Security as a pension benefit, but they could afford their rents if they access their assets. Why should the town be subsidizing that? There was a letter to the editor of the Montclair Local by a small landlord, and I cited the reference there. It's called Who Protects Landlords? I was wondering if such a landlord could apply directly to the fund for help. This was a landlord who had a tenant who just, stopped paying rent. A professional person stopped paying rent, and the landlord, an elderly man in his 70s, didn't have the income that he was relying on in his retirement. And he did initiate eviction process, but the eviction takes at least a year. So in that time, he's living with this tenant who's pretty hostile to him and not getting paid any rent. So it strikes me this is the type of fund that might be able to assist that elderly landlord. I believe that this should be short-term assistance, and the 12 months in the ordinance is really way too long. And then to cap rental assistance, one needs to understand how area fair market rent is determined. And I believe that there's a way to do that, but I think you should be concentrating on the fair market rent in Montclair, which is much higher than other towns in Essex County may be. And in my view, this rental assistance should only be available to long-term Montclair residents, a minimum of 1 year. You're saying someone could live in town for 3 months and then apply to the town for rental assistance? Once again, I think we're trying to preserve the fund for Montclairians. And the inspection requirements could be time-consuming and onerous, very bureaucratic and cumbersome. We all know many of us live in houses that couldn't pass a state inspection. And also, why penalize the renter who may be fearful of eviction for the landlord's deficiencies? So I had sent this in an email and want you to consider those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And please.
Good evening. William Scott, 2720, I don't know why I want to move, but it's 23 Cedar Avenue. I'm also the chair of the chair of the Rent Control Board. And my question was, I did see the ordinance. I've spoken to a few members of the Housing Commission, and at this point in time, I don't believe the Housing Commission, if they're going to be the steward of this new requirement, has even had the opportunity to discuss it. I do believe the Housing Commission is having a meeting next week, but I would have expected some communication with the Housing Commission in order to let them know that this new responsibility was being requested of them. So that is one question. Being a landlord also, and I had participated in the New Jersey Rental Assistance Program. It was a very cumbersome program to provide rental assistance to thousands and thousands of renters throughout the state, which was really managed by the Department of Community Affairs. They did finally get that up. Millions and millions of dollars obviously was distributed, but the impact did save a lot of tenants that were having problems through the COVID period of time, unemployment and things of that nature. So knowing that a program can be implemented with all the required safeguards, I'm just wondering if the Housing Commission would have the capability of even managing this type of a program, because there's going to be tremendous due diligence required to implement something like this within the Township of Montclair, and more specific with the Housing Commission.
Thank you both. With that, I'll close the public hearing. Mr. Burr, I'll turn to you. This is part of a legal settlement agreement specific. I believe, are there time frames as to when it needed to be established by specifically?
Yeah, we needed to have it established by second quarter of 2023.
Okay.
So we got to get it up and running. The intent was, once the ordinance was adopted, that we would sit down with the MHA and go through the ordinance with them and show them and what their obligations were under the ordinance to administer the rent relief fund. It's intentionally built so that it's not cumbersome and it's not difficult to administer. So that was the intent. That was the intent behind.
Understood. Councilmember Price Abrams.
Thank you. If I can ask you to clarify, Mr. Burr. So, end of the second quarter. What are you actually saying is the requirement?
The beginning of the second quarter. So we needed to have it instituted by April 1st, so that this could move forward beginning in April. Applications could be submitted, they could be reviewed, and determinations could be made.
We do have one more meeting in March, and I'm mindful that this has a timeline on it, and that a lot of work obviously went into it, but I think there were a few good points that I just heard raised, and I don't know that the Housing Commission will be meeting before that, but whether there could be any input from, we could solicit input, and then we could put it forward with the understanding that we could amend it later if need be, but maybe we could at least get it to a slightly tighter place if that's possible for the 27th.
I might argue that there might be a way to do that through what's specifically done in the regulations around it. Any change in this ordinance would require a reintroduction, right? First reading.
Say it again,
any substantive change, right, would require a reintroduction of the ordinance.
It's also written broadly enough, though, so that the Housing Commission can come up with the rules. Like, it's written so broad that it's designed for the various offices under Mr. Scantlebury, as well as the Housing Commission, to be able to create the rules. This is just to enable the system, and we have to do this before April 15th. Otherwise, the deal is off.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, Ms. Lockman made it a point to say, it's based on income versus assets. I'm not saying it should be one way or the other. I hadn't actually considered that. I'm just wondering, and then there's the implementation pieces. So I just want to understand what the flexibility is, if at all, on timing. This is on first reading, and we have to have a second reading? No.
This is second
This
reading.
is second reading.
And
Maybe it came up when I wasn't here.
just to be a reminder that once.
Is your microphone on? I can't
Yes.
hear what you're saying.
Once the ordinance is adopted, there's a 20-day wait period for it to become enacted law, unless it's moved through an emergency and there's really no emergent requirement that it would meet to do that.
Okay, so because we have an obligation to get it done before the 15th of April, I would agree we should not imperil the resources by changing it, but that we should bear in mind if there's any appropriate input from the Housing Commission that we haven't received, that we might consider that going forward.
Any other comments?
I would just say, I think this is the right course, because typically, like, we're going to pass the law tonight. It'll take 20 days to go into effect. It's the framework, and then we're saying, come up with the regulation. So it's typical of like a legislative body to come up with the law and hand it to an administrative body to then come up with the regs within the framework. So I feel good about addressing some of the points that you raised. Some things aren't going to be perfect. We're doing the best we can with a one-time fund that we have to administer by no later than April 15th. So. Yeah, it's very small. It's going to run out very quickly.
Yep, it is a one-time piece, and what you noted before, I did want to respond to, though, this is specific dollars that would have been landlords' dollars that are used, right? So it's better their dollars than the renters.
Just one more point, if you don't mind. There is no infrastructure in place to administer these funds. As I mentioned, being a landlord, dealing with the Department of Community Affairs in the Emergency Rental Assistance Program that took the state over a year and a half to come up with, this is, even though it's just a $60,000, $70,000, the requirements would have to mirror something like that. So, to say that this is something that you can thrust upon, and I'm not speaking for the Housing Commission, I'm the former co-chair of the Housing Commission, but to say that the Housing Commission would have the capability of implementing a program that there's no infrastructure, I just don't understand the thought process behind that.
Thank you. Any other comments? My counsel, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
The hearing's closed. And you did speak from there as well, so, yeah.
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-09, which is an ordinance to amend Chapter 202, the Land Use Procedures, Article 3 provisions, applicable to both Planning Board, Zoning Board of Adjustments, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-10, which is an ordinance to amend Chapter 327-9 of the Code of the Township of Montclair to install a stop sign for traffic westbound on Inwood Avenue at the intersection of Inwood and Fern, and I so move.
Second, please.
It's been moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes,
Counselor
please.
Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Based on the deputy mayor's appeal, yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-054, which is a resolution authorizing a Sustainable Jersey Grant application. I so move. It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments?
Yes.
Councilman Cummings?
This is the composting, correct?
Yeah.
And so one of the things, and though this is a trial period as well, correct?
This is just to go for a grant.
Okay, so
Just to
but
apply for a
when I
grant.
read it, it's talking about places where we may locate and put potential, so concern I have, and had this discussion, even had a conversation with Mr. Wood last year, is placement of the composts, where we're gonna put them. Because when it's happening, some of the locations considered, such as parks or schools or town facilities, these things end up attracting rodents. And so it's something that we have to be very diligent that we look at, because I know I wouldn't like this up in any of the parks or our schools. So we really need to identify where are we talking about putting these. And the locations that are on this suggested locations on here, I think we need to be looked at carefully and reconsidered possibly, because I don't think anyone here wants these in a park in their ward. And I don't think we should be putting in schools, because the schools are not our property. And so therefore, we have limited locations to put these. And so if this is something that we're going to go after and we get the money and we implement it, we need to really make sure that we're strident in terms of what happens after those 6 months and the impact in the areas that are located.
Councilman, all great points. I would suggest connecting with our environmental affairs coordinator to discuss some of those points specifically.
I had this conversation with the environmental committee last year when we talked about
the environmental affairs.
I know, and so
okay, gotcha.
with Lisa, same conversation, same concerns.
Good.
And so I'm just voicing it to the council so that all of you are aware of where I stand.
Appreciate that.
And I think for me, the most important criteria is just accessibility for everybody in Montclair. So making sure there's at least a few sites so that it's convenient for somebody to be able to drive. And I think opening up and having a discussion across public, private, I think we could actually find volunteers in terms of facilities that already do this, like community farms, like Van Vleck, as possible options. So it's a good problem to solve if we get the money.
Oh, yeah, I totally get it. I'm just saying, these things are going to show up. People are going to wonder where they came from. And then all of a sudden, when the friends come who like this, they should just make sure that we're aware of that. If it doesn't work, it's something that we move on from.
That sounds good. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-055, which is a resolution to authorize the township to execute an agreement, Weston Community Foundation nonprofit, for the plantings in Judy Weston Memorial Garden. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments?
Yes, Mayor,
Councilwoman Schlager?
if I may, I would, I'm so very happy and proud that this is going forward tonight. I've met with the founders of the Judy Weston Memorial Garden Foundation, which is a nonprofit who will construct, plant, and maintain this garden that will be in Watchung Plaza. Mr. Josh Weston, Mr. Ron Weston, resident Ellie Meeks, and Angelo Segalis are the core people around this project. Councilman Yacobelis and I have met with them on a couple of occasions. I've had many conversations with them. Mr. Segalis is the mail carrier who has delivered the mail to Mr. and Mrs. Weston's house for 30 years. And Mr. Segalis is a wonderful man, and he really is the backbone of this whole project. He gave the Westons and Miss Meeks the idea to do this. I'm so very happy that it's coming to fruition. The garden is going to be quite beautiful. We saw the plans. It will be a respite for people who are in and around Watchung Plaza to come sit and have a coffee, or to wait for their children while they're having music lessons at the music store that's in that area. Also for commuters who walk through that park every day, if they have an extra 5 minutes and they want to sit, and it's going to be really nice. And I'm very grateful to the Weston family for wanting to do this in memory of Mrs. Judy Weston, who was a wonderful neighbor and constituent and friend to many in our town. So thank you for supporting this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilwoman. And certainly, I know one of the things back and forth was maintenance, and appreciate we got that figured out, that they're maintaining and doing that work, which is a big piece, as we know, over time. So thank you for your work in these efforts, and I know you put a lot of time into it. Thank you.
Hey, Robin.
Councilman Cummings.
Exact location?
It's the park. There's two Watchung
Right.
parks, right? There's Watchung Plaza Park. That's not
Right.
it, where all the
Is
stores.
it one between Park and Midland?
That's right. It's
Right.
sort of like a triangle.
So considering, the Westons have been incredibly people to the school system and everything, and I'm just wondering at some point if we should consider just naming that whole park after her. She was, for someone who did the things that she did, and that her and her husband
Yes.
have done for students as well as the township, I think that recognition is something that, you and your ward, that you may consider that I would support. All right?
That's a wonderful, wonderful suggestion, and I thank you for making that. I will speak to the foundation and with the support maybe of all of us. It's sort of a generic name, the Watch on Park, so perhaps
There's certain residents who
this is-
deserve lifelong support in this town when we're all gone, and their name should always be recognized. And I think Mr. and Mrs. Weston, for the work that they've done for years, deserve that type of recognition. And there are others too, but
said.
this isn't my ward, so I defer to you.
I
Thank you,
support
Mr.
Weston Park.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Thank you. I happen to have the opportunity to spend some time on Sunday with Josh Weston, and so I know how perfect, how meaningful this is to him. And I as I told you, Robin, I would just talk about how forcefully you had made sure this got done, and he knows that. But in addition to what Councilor Cummings just noted in terms of the great contribution of that family in terms of science and at MSU, all the different ways that they have been there for our students and for others. The thing that comes up so often talking about Judy Weston is the kindness that she exhibited, and she would do the nicest things for people, but always in this way that never made them feel awkward. It was always like, oh, I think you dropped this. Whatever it is that she found a way to thank people very beautifully, and I think this is a beautiful gesture back for her and her family. So I want to commend again you who worked on it. Thanks.
I'll just add, in case they're watching, to Ellie, to Ron, to Josh, it's been a pleasure working on this with Councilor Schlager and seeing you guys come up with a beautiful concept for the park. I do agree it'll be a nice respite. I know there's going to be native plants, which is wonderful to just add to the values of Montclair. So, and thank you for everything that your family has done for this town. It's a pleasure to support this.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to be left out. I also want to add my sentiments as well. Obviously, working on the Board of School Estimate for 10-plus years and working with the Weston family as we have, as many of my colleagues who are on the Board of School Estimate with me, this is fitting. You did a great job, and I absolutely would support renaming the park pursuant to Councilman Cummings. So, thank you, Robin. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You bet, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Councillor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Councillor Russo?
Yes.
Councillor Schlager?
Yes.
Councillor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next resolution is a personnel matter, so we'll talk about that in exec and then come back to it. Resolution R-23-057. This is a resolution regarding the governing body's certification of compliance with the United States Equal Opportunity Commission Enforcement and so forth. Mr. Burr, I might go to you. Looking at some of the requirements laid here within, in our form of government, I believe this has usually been attested to by the manager in most instances, or at least concurrence with on top of that. Can you explain specifically how this has been noted in the past and what we've got here?
Yes, Mayor. What typically happens in the past is one, it's a requirement for a budgetary requirement that this resolution gets passed. The manager would have provided a memo to the council stating what the procedures and practices were to follow the EEOC recommendations, the state recommendations. That would familiarize the governing body with those procedures that the township uses in recruiting and hiring practices. To comply with these standards, the council would then, once they familiarize themselves with that, would be able to execute a certification saying that they've reviewed those practices and policies and are familiar with them, and that they understand that the township is following those.
Mr. Scanlonberry, I might ask then that in accordance with the way that has traditionally worked, that we get a memo from you, additionally to this piece here.
Yes.
The other piece that I would ask specifically here is, with the piece that you've got here and citing, is everything covered within what you've provided us so far?
Yes,
I've asked Mr. Burr and Ms. Dawkins to review this document prior to me submitting that that memorandum. So there's, were you going to say something?
No, it was submitted this it was
submitted this evening.
submitted to the council this meeting
And
with
there-
your updated agendas.
Right, and there's no change to what we had last year, so there's no material changes whatsoever.
Okay, I appreciate you providing the additional memo tonight, so that's helpful. So thank you on that. Any other, Councilman Price-Sims, any other questions, concerns, comments?
I guess I would say on the record that when I initially read it, and we did get the memo that helped explain the whole thing, but, you know, we are being asked to certify, actually, let me use the right word, I think, it's a group affidavit form that the township complies, and so to the extent that we as a governing body can set policy, I know it's a state law requiring this, but I had some questions about my ability to affirm or attest to what goes on between personnel matters of other people. So it is with the memo that we've been provided that we are, in reliance upon that, able to sign that document, and I will do so.
And Mr. Bird, just to confirm, there's been no changes since from what was signed last year?
Yeah, Ms. Dawkins indicated that there was no changes in the practices, hiring practices from last year to this year.
To this year, okay.
Correct.
So excellent. So I think with the memo you've provided and with that assurance, and which we appreciate, I so move Resolution R-23-057.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any additional questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Abstain.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-058, which is a resolution authorizing acceptance of grant for expanding a local public health capacity. I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Mr. Scantlebury.
Yes.
This, how long is this grant for?
The grant is for 2 years.
And so do we have any particular plans for it? Or is it-
Part of the plan is to do the funding for the social worker. We had this conversation with the Municipal Services Committee. But it's not, like I said, it's not a treasure trove. You know, it's for all of health services, but we're going to carve out that little bit.
Any other? Yeah, good. Okay. So great. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-23-059. Councilwoman Schlager, would you please?
Of course, thank you, Mayor. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of their following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair and the County of Essex, that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the computer printout attached hereto and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated March 14th, the year of 2023, for the amount of $12,625,504.26, and I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams? I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
I'm not hurt. Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Abstain.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next are discussion. So, Mr. Scantlebury, turn it over to you. Thank you.
Actually, Mayor, sorry, we had, we
Yeah.
talked about this, and then Councilor
Oh,
Russo and
okay.
I have another one off the
Thank you.
agenda.
I would ask that we just go to number 16. Instead of it being a discussion item, we'd like to read it tonight and maybe get some action on it because it's the social worker proposal. If there's no objection, number 16 being pulled out of discussion.
Is that a motion, Bob?
So
Yes, I move that we pull it out of discussion.
Okay, and I'll second that motion.
it's been moved and seconded. This is a resolution in support of creating a salaried position for the social worker, Department of Health and Human Services in the Senior Division.
Mayor, I'd like to read this because you just read the heading, so I'm saying, whereas the Township Council recognized the need for social services for seniors in Montclair, and whereas social workers are essential to helping relieve suffering in a community fighting for social justice and improving lives, and whereas there are over 600,000 social workers in the United States, and by the way, this is Social Worker Month, doing critical work each day. And whereas social workers guide people to vital resources and counsel them on life-changing decisions, advocate for change to laws and policies to improve social conditions, and work to strengthen the social safety net. Whereas social workers are trained to work with individuals on a myriad of issues, and importantly, track an individual's progress through challenging situation. And whereas the social workers can help communities acquire and leverage critical data and information to help shape resource allocation decisions in the future. And whereas Montclair prides itself on ensuring quality of life for all of its residents, especially seniors, and especially the ones most in need of help. And whereas the Township Council feels it is important to fund a position that serves human needs directly, augmenting and facilitating access to the array of services the Township already offers. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and the Township Council of Montclair that it supports the creation of a salaried social worker position within the Department of Health and Human Services, the Division of Senior Services, to work with the residents of Montclair, including seniors, people with disabilities, and people in crisis. I so move.
Well, it's been moved and seconded already, but specific to that, and thank you for reading it, Councilman, I think this is a good example of what we've all tried to achieve, which is fiscal responsibility while providing great services here in the township, and certainly I think evidenced by the number of people who are working hard to call Montclair home and stay in Montclair. As you just heard us previously, we've been able to put in for here and accept dollars on a grant, which we hope to help offset some of these costs. So again, being fiscally responsible as we engage in this. I can also say, as we like to have multiplier effects on dollars that we pull in, I've had additional conversations with both Mountainside Hospital, who currently has a partnership with our school system around social workers and the work that they do, and MSU specifically to see how they can tie into a social worker position that we have and support those efforts. I'm happy to note that they're both willing and able to try and help in those efforts and make sure we've got a broad system in place. And I think as it falls under the construction, when this is put into place, it'll leave for an opportunity for us to have a robust service here in town to help those in need. So excellent work, and I appreciate all involved.
Mr.
Any other
Mayor,
questions? Councilman Cummings.
I want to commend Mr. Scantlebury for urging me to reach out to Maurice Brown, who's in charge of county services, to engage him in this area just to make sure that the county is, once we put this person in place, that her and Maurice are very close because they have a myriad of opportunities down there to support this area. So I thank you, Mr. Scantlebury.
Another example of a great multiplier effect. Thank you, Councilman Cummings. Councilwoman Price-Abrams.
So I want to thank my colleagues for pulling this forward, and really the advocates, some still in the room, some who are at home perhaps watching. This is something we have talked about, leveraging the right kind of services to meet the needs of all the community, and I know that you have been just steadfast in articulating need and really helping find solutions, and so I want to commend the seniors for that. And it's possible, people with disabilities, it's other cohorts in town who would benefit, and I'm sure that the position we create, probably can bridge some of these things, but we do recognize, we see you, and we thank you.
And hear you. And email you.
And we've got the buttons.
So I'm good for a weekend?
Mayor, if I can add.
Councilman Youngmas.
Thank you. So, first of all, it was a pleasure to get to write this last week with Gina. Thank you, and with all of your input, Bob. And this is because you persevered. This is because you pulled together a new group that is incredibly impressive. I went and I came to your event a few weeks ago and sat and went to several of the breakout groups. and was able to take away from that experience a common denominator, a common need, which was for a human services position. So I just want you to know that that is democracy in action in its healthiest way, and you should be commended. So for you, for Ellie, for Susan, for Luella, and everybody who's not here tonight as well, this is for you and for your perseverance. Thank you for educating me. Thank you for educating us to get us to a point of unanimity on this. That's a big deal. It doesn't happen often, so thank you.
Seeing no one else, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
So I'd just like to thank my colleagues for unanimously supporting this, and as a 75-year-old young council member, I want to make sure that the bureaucracy doesn't get in the way of this. So, to be the realist again, and the political science person, I'm asking Brian Scantlebury, our acting manager, to please make sure that this gets to be done as soon as possible, and we get a person in there to start working with the Senior Services Office, which only has 2 people right now. Seniors deserve to have staffing, and that's what this does, but let's not let it be delayed. So thank you for expediting this. If that's going to happen, I'll never get it.
Okay, so
They hear that? Yeah. They hear that?
add that one to the list, like rent control and other pieces that were pretty hard to get done that we've accomplished so far. Next is a resolution R23, and I'd ask the clerk to add the appropriate number here. We have had one Class 2 Category E cannabis manufacturing license submitted for consideration, TLEHL Incorporated, as they were the only one who did submit from that category, and we do have one license. And after I know all of my colleagues had reviewed their information, we are hereby moving forward with that resolution, which does hereby grant them an awarded their conditional municipal Class 2 Category E cannabis manufacturing license as provided in the ordinance, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. All right, thank you very much on that one to all. Mr. Scantlebury, now I'll go back to you for a review of the other items, please.
Excuse me, yes. Agenda items 1 and 2 are purchases from the water utility. In an effort to avoid potential supply chain issues, the water utility is securing equipment for a new connection from the Passaic Valley Water Commission to the Grove Street Pumping Station. That's number 1. And the second emergency purchase is to repair the main in the Montclair Glen Ridge water connection. Agenda item number 3 is a resolution to procure the services of Tagalog, Inc. to administer promotional exams for the ranks of sergeant, lieutenant, and captain for the Montclair Police Department. This agency was utilized for our promotional exams in both 2013 and 2017.
Excuse me, Mr. Scantlebury, question? I just was curious if item 3, the one you just read about the exam, was that reviewed by the Public Safety Committee?
I don't recall. David, do you recall if that was reviewed by the Public Safety Committee? This is a...
Deputy Mayor. So
Okay, this is a firm that the police department used both, like I said, in 2013 and 2017, so,
Well, when I say, I'm sorry.
without issue.
Right, what I would say is, there was a discussion, and the chief and the deputy chief were both supportive because of previous success, I will say,
Right.
based on their test and the examination. And I think their membership and their leadership reflects that type of success. So there was no concern that this was something that need any kind of deep review based on the fact that it's never been an issue in the past, and it's been successful in its application.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, any other comment from
I
you?
would concur with my right honorable colleague.
Ah, excellent.
You can
Okay,
take honorable out based on personal.
thank you.
Agenda number 4 is a resolution establishing a policy prohibiting discrimination and retaliation within the Township of Montclair. Yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
So, Mr. Scannable, I guess it's a request that this item, but there were some, I think, in the packet we worked on tonight that may not have had a memo associated. So I'm going to just make sure, like this, for example, maybe the memo will be with us next time, but right now we don't have a memo associated. I can infer reasons why this is important, but I think everything, my broader point is that we don't always have a memo, and there should be a memo explaining every piece of legislation that we're going to be asked to vote upon. And so this is just one that I happen to catch right this second.
Yeah, Ms. Duckers wasn't aware of the process, and this one may have slipped by.
Okay, and just while we're at it, I'm sorry, there's a lot of these, not that one, that just don't say who it was submitted by, and that would be helpful as well. This one does, but some may not, and I'm going to just ask if you would
Okay.
help us with that piece as well. Thank
Will
you.
do. Agenda item number 5 is a resolution for awarding of 250 trees for the spring planting to begin in April.
We make it 300?
No.
And actually, just because we're so close to the spring planting season, I'd like to move that tonight. Do we have to approve the capital budget before?
It's in the last.
I hope
It was
not,
in
because
the-
the capital budget's not going to be until too late in the spring for the planting season.
The last where it should be further resolved.
We could do it now. Mayor, we're trying to.
The money is budgeted. It just has to be approved by Ms. Rao. I spoke with Mr. Wood this afternoon. So we just have to move the money, and it's there.
So it's not contingent on us passing the capital budget?
No.
Okay, then I'd like to move this tonight. It's the, Mayor, it's the tree planting, just so we can get ahead of the planting season, because last year they ran out of native trees, and I know we have a 70% requirement.
And
So
I'd
I'll
also-
second it with, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I'll also just note specifically on it, it's been a while since we've kind of upped the number, in terms of the dollar allotment there. And I pressed my colleagues, I remember it sitting in your seat as a third ward counselor was the last time we increased it. As I lobbied for it as the liaison of the Environmental Commission. Maybe not in this one. I know we got a tight budget that still needs some cuts from it to get through, but as we look at it, maybe for the year after, let's increase that number and try to get ahead of some of the devastating storms and other pieces that we've had.
We can be
But let's keep-
ambitious in 24.
I love it. Okay, ambitious in 24. I like
But
it.
Councilor Jacobus, would you accept, I think we may need to modestly amend that last, be it further resolved sentence if we're going to move it tonight, because we're not making it contingent upon passing the capital budget. Would
So
anybody else?
let's move then to strike that last paragraph.
With amendment.
Sure.
Moved as amended.
Moved
Do
as
we need
amended.
to
Thank you.
I'm sorry, do we need to indicate that the resources are within the, I think, Mr. Scannable, you're saying we have the resources presently available.
That it's there. Yes. From
Well,
what I-
Whatever needs
just
to be
be clear,
notated.
Are we 100% sure of that one? I know the CFO has to certify
The
funds, everything else.
CFO
everything
has to
else.
certify it, but the money just has to be certified. Mr. Wood contended that the money is there. It just needs to be
So this would
certified.
end here.
Yeah. I
Well, do
mean,
we have to add that piece?
So we would lose the "and" in the second to last paragraph, and then lose the entire last paragraph. So it would end with amount of $111,525 pending certification of funds by the chief financial officer.
Is that adequate?
That's fine.
Okay.
that works for you?
And then the only other thing I would ask for is that I'm not a tree species person, but just making sure the list that I see here on the tree planting bid, that 70% of these are native. We just have to make sure per our law that we passed last year.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herla?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Jacobellis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
Agenda item number 6 is renewal of the existing contract for parks maintenance services for 1 year. Per the Department of Community Services, Custom Care Services have provided excellent work and are a dependable contractor. Agenda item number 7 is the acceptance of an emergency management grant award in the amount of $10,000. This application was submitted to the New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety to receive the federal funding from the fiscal year 22 emergency funding grant.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that tonight for Mr. Scantlebury's
Second.
suggestion.
Sure, it's been moved and seconded.
Yep.
Any other questions, concerns, comments around it? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
Agenda item number 8 is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract to Occupational Health Centers of New Jersey doing business as Concentra Medical Centers for pre-employment testing. Agenda item number 9 is due to the increase in costs associated with additional curbing and repaving improvements performed, as well as increased fuel and asphalt prices. The change order represents an overall contract increase of 11.44% to a total amount of $256,509.75.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Scantlebury, is this something that you need to get closed out? You want us to move on this tonight as well? I know this
That
has
would be
been
a good
open.
idea.
Yeah.
That wasn't a request, but it would be a good idea.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, given Mr. Scantlebury's statement, I'd go ahead and move that.
Sure, moved, seconded.
Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
Agenda item number 10 is a resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting for an RFQ for the operation and management of the 4 township-owned parking garages. The current operator contract expires in May. Agenda item 11 is a resolution from the Tax Assessor's Office for Legal Services in connection with real estate tax appeals and associated matters with an amount not to exceed $80,000.
I've got a couple of issues with number 11 that I think we need to, can we hold off on that?
We're not doing anything.
All right.
We're not doing anything on
Yeah,
it
it's
right now,
just-
so.
Right,
discussion.
but we need to discuss that, because I have concerns about the, we have another tax appeal attorney, and I'm not comfortable, I'm stating on the record, I'm not comfortable with engaging that particular firm.
And my question, Brian, is there 2 contracts for that same individual, one for 80,000 limit and one for 30,000? Or am I reading something wrong?
Uh,
80,000
I'm looking for the other one here, Bob.
and 30,000. Oh, it's 80 for Mr. Bernstein, and
It's
there's
80 for Mr.
80,000 for
Bernstein.
the other group, Dean Francesco Bateman. They're all located at the same law firm offices in Warren. I don't understand that. Who recommended these attorneys?
The tax assessor recommended. the
Tax
attorneys.
assessor recommended. Can't get anybody more local? I know we're not voting on it tonight, but I want to also register my objection to this and to question it. So,
Which one?
well, the particular Bernstein one,
Okay.
okay? Though DeFrancesco Bateman looks pretty political to me, too.
Skipper?
Any other, yeah, okay. Was that it, Counselor?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to vote for either of these, but next time.
Resolution to authorize a professional services contract in connection with tax appeals and other related matters. That was number 12 also. Number 13 is a resolution to engage in a professional services contract to Hendricks Appraisal Company not to exceed $30,000 for added assessment inspection services.
By the way, I was very pleased to see this one, that George Labrizzi is using a guy and a company from Bloomfield, right near us. So,
Agenda item number 14 is a resolution refunding the balances in the escrow accounts noted as all expenses against these accounts have been satisfied. Sixteen, you passed. Yeah, you passed already. And agenda item 17 is a resolution authorizing a contract to Joseph Billy Jr. to serve as a Montclair Township hearing officer.
Mr. Mayor? 15. If you missed it.
15, we didn't.
We're missing one, yeah.
Please do it, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Number 15, resolution for a contract extension for Atlantic Coast Recycling. The resolution is for the first of 2 remaining one-year extensions and to correct the terms to comply with the original contract agreement. In March 2020, it was supposed to be a one-year agreement with option to renew for 2 years. That's what the new agreement says, and the old agreement was a contract for 3 years with 2 one-year extensions. So this is the first year of correcting the original contract. And back to 17, read it again.
You don't have to read it again, you read it already. Mr. Mayor, based on Mr. Scantlebury's suggestion, I'm going to go ahead and move number 17 this evening.
It's moved, it's been seconded. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Abstain.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
Agenda item 18 is a resolution authorizing water transmission contract with the Borough of Glen Ridge. Our consultants, Suburban Engineers, were given the task of assessing and calculating a rate for transmission. A fair calculation of $1,204.41 per million gallons was received from our consultants, and that number has been shared with the Borough of Glen Ridge.
Brian, just a quick question, because what was it previously? What I'm told is it was $598, so this is double.
It used to be $598 per million gallons, now it's $1,204 per million.
And Glen Ridge is acceptable with that? I mean,
I don't
They have no
know.
choice,
They had a
really.
meeting yesterday.
but I was very happy to see that because they should be paying more, and that somewhat makes up for some criticism we had about them not paying a fair share. Thank you.
And 19, again, a resolution for real estate appraisal services in connection with real estate tax appeals.
All right.
That's the last one. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Scantlebury, appreciate that. Before we go into executive session, Mr. Scantlebury, can you make a note for the next one to give us, I know it came up, something I heard in the public comments and certainly heard it previously. Can we get a list of any of our, any outstanding bills that we have that are more than 60 days past due? Right, so 60 days past due, if we have, not paid bills or whatever that are outstanding, et cetera. Anything that's over 60 days past due, and just give us a report out. You can send an email
Any
sheet.
particular department or all departments just
No,
across the
yeah,
township?
Yeah, what kind of outstanding bills do we have that we're not paying? All right.
Mayor, I just
60
want to
days.
ask the clerk to correct the vote I made. There was a mistake on new business resolutions E, resolution authorizing sustainable Jersey grant application. I don't know why I voted no, but I want to vote yes on that, sustainable Jersey. Correct.
Very well.
Shifted into a better mood to vote yes now? Is that what it was? Okay. All right, now, next is Resolution R-23-060, which is a resolution authorizing executive session without the public being permitted to attend in accordance with NJSA 10-:12B. Subject is potential litigation and personnel. I so move. Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? We are now moving into executive session. Thank you very much, everybody. And we'll take a break to restroom.
5-minute break.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have Resolution R-23-056, which is a resolution to extend the appointment of Paul Burr under his current contract for a period of 60 days. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Mr. Manager, Deputy Manager, anything?
Mr. Mayor, forgive me for the
Yep, you-
interruption. I actually have personal.
Sure.
Me too. I'm so sorry.
No comment, Mayor.
No comments at this time. Madam Clerk?
I don't have a report, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney?
Nothing, Mayor.
Madam Attorney?
Nothing, thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Cummings?
Nothing other than bye, Robin. Bye, Bill. Good night, John Boy.
Councilwoman Price Abrams?
I just did want to say that Luna Stage had won an NEA, earned a grant to do a major, both artistic and sort of thematic about the history of slavery and safe houses in this town, and it's going to be sort of a very comprehensive program, and it'll involve a walking tour from the Crane House to the Howe House, and it's to be coming in the next few months, so you'll hear more about it. And there was an email, I believe, that went to everybody talking about how the township may support them in that and how we might partner. And I look forward to sort of following up some discussions with all of you about it. But I was very pleased for them to be able to bring this whole thing. And I don't know if the township officially, places an endorsement on anything, but it's, if that's something we do, we can let them know the ways we can support them. People can respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Russo?
Yeah, they also wanted us to help with the bus transportation, which might be good. But the Howe House, just on that note, I attended their art fundraiser recently. Wonderful fundraiser, and I encourage everybody to support the Howe House. They've got a lot of money to put forward to maintain the house, not just to buy it. So the Howe House should be our big project.
The event on the 18th.
Oh, and there's an event, when is?
There's a community meeting on the 18th.
A community meeting on the 18th. If you want any details, call Councilwoman Lori Price Abrams. I just want to thank everybody for voting to give some senior citizen resources for social work, and also happy St. Patrick's Day to all of our Irish friends like Rich McMahon, former councilman.
Councilman Yacobelis?
No report, Mayor.
Hey, all right. I want to thank everybody, appreciate that work, and I look forward to seeing the Deputy Mayor chair the next meeting. As you guys know, I won't be available at the next one. But again, appreciate it. A lot of things happening here tonight, including those senior services, but I put on the list of things like the rent control and other things that people have talked about for a long time, but we're moving forward and getting things done, so appreciate it.
Yeah,
all of you.
if I could, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor, I would like to just say for everybody who says we don't do anything, we issued a cannabis license tonight to manufacturers, and we created a position of social worker. So that's two big things done in one night. Thank you.
And I think, did you hire a health service person? Do we have who's the lady came in, Director of Health
Health
Services?
Services Director.
Yeah. All right.
We're doing okay.
All right. Thank you all. A motion
Thanks,
to
everybody.
adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor? Thanks.
Second.
Have a good night.
Bye.